A ja, koliko je to številka?
Gremo.
Ali to je kar nekaj vmes?
Kar začni govoriti.
Ja, koliko je pa številka? Hello everybody and welcome back to Ljubljana Talks. Again with Gorazd Čad, the editor-in-chief of Toleranca Marketing and Congress Magazine, and myself, Jan Oršič from Ljubljana Tourism, Ljubljana Convention Bureau. We are recording this at IBTM, IBTM 2023, where we are very excited to do a full list of talks, Ljubljana Talks, with amazing guests.
Yes, Jan, and what you had quite busy weeks in the last, I would say, month. Where you were actually? Can you comment a little bit? You were at ICA and at some other events.
Oh, so, it was a busy time. I think for everybody.
It was a busy time, huh?
I think this autumn was extremely busy for everyone. Yes, one of the highlights definitely ICA Congress taking place in Bangkok. An amazing Congress center. Really amazing to see how Asia is coming back, how the market is coming back together. The optimism in the industry is really out there. But there's, of course, a lot of things we need to talk about. And I think in the next couple of sessions, we're going to cover a lot of ground in that.
So what was the red line of ICA Congress, actually? What was the main topic you talked about? What was the buzzword, actually? So,
well, I think there was quite a few of buzzwords that were thrown around there. For me, some of the main highlights, of course, sustainability is now no longer a theoretical concept. It is a must. We know sustainability is a fact. We have to work on it. Every destination is talking about it. Every destination is working on it. Everything from hotels to airlines, everybody's dealing with it. Of course, artificial intelligence, spread of knowledge, which I think is something that we've been talking about on this show as well. It's simply trying to become a better version of the meetings industry than before.
Yeah, you were at the most important event of association, I would say, market. But I was in Rome, actually, at Beer Awards. Actually, it was the annual event of the, I would say, more corpo segment of this industry. And I saw beautiful examples of creativity. And I'm still under impression of some of the works, actually. Last year it was all about let's get together, let's do it live. This year it was again about creativity, about about why actually. We were looking for why we organize meetings, why we meet, and this is to me the most important question we need to address in the future. It brings so-called regenerative effects in place. So why we meet, it's more than just carbon footprint, it's beyond, I would say, just parties and so on. And this whole industry has a lot of reasons why.
Yeah. I think it's a human need that we've finally come around and said, okay, we've tried digital, we've tried virtual, we've tried hybrid, but there is certain things that we really want to do in person. So it's about finding that balance. I think that in the last year we've seen a huge influx of new events, events being restarted, brought back from dead or wherever they were, new concepts being born, and there is a lot of events and there is such a limited time. So I think one of the challenges is actually trying to create a calendar of events that actually makes sense. So I think this is going to be a big thing as well.
One really nice thought I heard at Wiesbaden, that was another event for corporate clients from Germany. It was that we need to go out of the model of selling square meters. So how does it feel today? We are at the biggest trade show of our industry. So what can you comment on that?
I would say IBTM actually looks good. And it doesn't look just good when you're here, but it looks good on paper because I can see how many meetings were pre-confirmed. I think that's a very important thing that has to be put into the context of an event such as IBTM, because it is the meetings that bring us here. So the predetermined meetings are one of the key elements of measuring the success. Of course, after the show we will see how successful they were. But in every case, I think we've seen a really, really good result so far. And that's one of the things that keeps me optimistic. I think that is the essence of these trade shows. It's not about building the stands, it's not about the lights, it's not about, well, even the drinks. It's nice to have a coffee or a glass of wine later on in the afternoon, but the essence of what we do is in the meeting, it's in the content, in the exchange of knowledge. It's in finding that place that can perhaps make your life easier or, you know, bring that business to your destination, because this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's about experiences, ne? That's what I learned in Wiesbaden. So the colleague of us, Sherrif, created a nice living room in the middle of the Congress Center, which was so well done that I can move there actually and live there for, I would say, 1 month of my life, definitely. But the content was magical, I would say, and we talked a lot about that, about experiences actually, how to create memorable experiences. And when we talk about education, we talked about that a few minutes ago. It's more, we should more focus on that, how to create memorable experiences. And this is not on the list of some, I would say, educational programs so far.
I mean, this is something that, you know, also drives Ljubljana Talks as such. I think we're trying to create a platform that is available, that is democratic, that is always there, that you can bring in to your home or, you know, just get some knowledge whenever you have the time. And I think with what we will present to you at a later stage, but there is some pretty ambitious plans that we have with this platform and where we want to take it, because we see that, to be honest, this is the only such platform in the industry.
Exactly, and what is this industry about? I will go into philosophical part of this story a little bit. So what we create during events is a kind of agora. If we can make it, agora, old Greek agora, the democratic place where we can exchange our ideas, our thoughts, and this is so magical to me. This is what it's all about. And the technology, of course, it's a safe environment in terms of technology. We will talk a lot today. The red line will be AI for sure. With all the speakers, we will touch this point. So how to control AI? Is AI democratic? But these live events we are talking about, this is really, when you make it good, it's a Greek agora. And this is magical to me.
Yeah. And the world comes together.
Exactly.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just an intro for today's Ljubljana Talks. Warming up a little bit. So we give you some ideas what we will talk about. Do you want to add anything, Jan, to this discussion?
Subscribe, comment, write, and we'll answer.
And come back at 11 o'clock.
everybody, and welcome to the first edition of today's Ljubljana Talks here at IBTM World 2023. And join us here, of course, Gorazd Čad from Congress Magazine and Toleranza Marketing, myself, Jan Oršič from Ljubljana Tourism Convention Bureau, and our first guest today is the lovely Jimena Gomez de la Flor from the European Flavour Association.
Thank you so much
Welcome.
for having me here. It's a really great experience. It's an honor that I'm the first guest of the day. I think very long, 3 days. And this looks amazing. Really excited to be here.
It's something that we like to do, and yes, it is amazing. Also thanks to our partner IBTM, who provided us with this space, which is great. And let me just start off by asking you one thing. Flavor. What's the Flavour Association all about?
So the Flavour Association, I always say that we give taste to your life. So flavor is about creating those products that will then go to your food and will make them taste good, taste different. It's the vanilla you can put in yogurt, but it's also those flavorings that might go in a plant-based burger, because this is also a direction in which we're going in sustainability when we're talking about plant-based alternatives or reduction of salt, sugar. There are some products that they need to still be tasty, so the consumers will still enjoy it, and it will not be a pain, I have to give up my steak, but you will actually enjoy all these alternatives. They have to be tasty, they have to be memorable to you, they have to be something that you really enjoy, and that's what we do. We put flavor on those products.
So can you explain this a little bit in numbers? How big is this industry? Because I don't have a clue actually. So
it's not that much, to be honest. It's a very niche industry because you need just one drop of flavoring to flavor the actual final product. So we have, it might be a, like 1% of the final product, but it makes all the difference because that's what then makes the product be chosen. So we're talking about 10,000 workers, about 300 companies, a lot of SMEs in Europe. And probably I have to say I work for the European Flavour Association, so it's not only about the flavor industry, of course, but the association industry, so getting all these people get together. We have members from companies, but also from the national associations, so we make sure that we get them together, we exchange good practices, we have a forum for them to talk, and we are based in Brussels, and we are then the spokesperson of the association to then talk with the EU institutions, and the way back also to gather all the policies that are coming and bring it to our membership.
So usually association congresses stick to certain rules and frameworks, I would say. But what is the formula for a successful event or association meeting?
I think it's for sure to make it memorable, because that's something that it's very intrinsic in our industry. We want the people to enjoy. We keep saying that it's a passion industry. I actually love that you like the name of my association. Flavor industry maybe brings some dreams. But as a matter of fact, some people in the industry were joking that we should be called the European Passion Association, because we actually have a big passion to food. Of course, we're not going to do that, but it has to be about that. It has to be about something that it's memorable. We always try in our events to do a tasting session in which we explain what we're talking about. So we first have trends, consumers, we might have some regulatory parts, and then say, so what I just explained, this is what I mean. And we always have a tasting session in which they can understand what we're trying to do. We created the Flavor of Europe for our latest audience, because we want to give them something that will remember back home. There's indeed so many conferences that people attend, and they might forget about some of the key messages of some of those. We want to give them that.
We kind of touched on this before, and it's about the trends and changes and new practices, but where are you now? How many events do you do a year? How big are they? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so we have a very flexible model, let's say. So we started doing the flavor days. We at the European Flavour Association designed the event. This is how it should look like. So indeed we have trends, we have consumers, we have a tasting session, and we created all the branding around it. but then we give the package, let's say, to the national associations, and they can adapt it to the best of their culture, their cultural trends also, what the association needs most, if they want to focus with customers, they want to focus on policymakers or members sometimes. And they are the ones actually organizing it. They're doing an amazing job. We just had 3 flavor days this year in Milan, Berlin, and Paris. We have another one in London next year. So it really depends on what the national associations need and how as we were saying, we have to find the why are we doing this, and they have to find a reason. It's the Olympics in Paris next year or the elections in Berlin. So we have to find a reason and then make whatever fits best the national culture while keeping the European brand. So we connect all flavor days with each other, we communicate in a coherent way to make sure that this exchange of good practices is always there.
Flavors are a science. There's a science behind it.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of, things to do with human mind, with neuroscience, with culture as well. So how do you adapt? How do you see your way forward as an association? How do you, if there's a development, constant development in the flavors industry, do you as an association always also apply certain novelties and new approaches?
Absolutely, for sure. Because indeed, it's an extremely creative industry. It's a very innovative industry. The industry spend about 10% in R&D, which is huge compared to the European average. It's much bigger than what the food industry invests in innovation, because we are bringing that innovation to the products, which means that it's always forward, it's always thinking about the next 5 trends. And of course we have to follow. So for example, now it's not new, but it's been accelerated also with the pandemic of the plant-based products. This is something, of course, the industry are doing. There's a lot of science involved. There's a lot of regulation involved also. And the European Commission is regulating, the EU Green Deal is huge, the Farm to Fork strategy, and there's a lot of specific regulation coming in that sense, incentivizing also certain type of products, trying of course to make it more sustainable, conscious diets, organic, how does it mean exactly from a regulatory point of view. So we as an association have to take those trends that are now interesting for our members and were not 15 years ago, and bring it to the policymakers. Here, this is how we can help, this is how it affects our industry. And also the other way, we have to anticipate what the EU policymakers are doing on those trends that were not relevant 5 years ago, and bring it to the company and say, beware, because your innovation is not only based on consumer trends now and what the client wants, it was the policymaker is asking you to do. You should better innovate now, because in 2 years it will be a mandatory thing, will be a regulatory requirement. So start changing now your production methods. So you have to adapt very much.
What about AI in this regards, actually? Is it helpful to your association, or is it dangerous to you, or what? How does it feel actually?
I'm personally using it a lot, and now I'm really talking just with Jimena, because indeed I think it can totally change the game for obviously the whole world, but for communicators in particular. Yeah. And if I don't want to lose my job, I have to immediately understand how this tool works and make the best out of it. For sure the industry is doing it, but the flavor industry is using it, but that's a different discussion. For associations in particular, I think it's very important to understand how we can use it. I think that companies are quite advanced in doing it in general. Even regulators seem to be following the path. I have the feeling that associations are not quite there yet, because often they're small secretariats and we're not sure how to use it. And actually, here at IBTM, in the context of the Associations Leader Forum, invited by the European Society of Association Executives, for a talk about the use of AI in associations, because we at SAE and the communications community noticed that indeed there's a huge gap to be filled. There are a lot of things that we could learn and use now already, since ChatGPT was launched already a year ago, they've made 2 really huge upgrades. The latest one was about 2-3 weeks ago, in which you can actually create your own ChatGPT for your own customized needs. So that's what I'm going to do later today, where I'm going to create one specifically for small secretariats that work in the conference business association, which kind of specific ChatGPT we could create together. Hopefully with the input from the audience, we will actually create one, because it's that easy, it's that quick. Then of course there's a lot of due diligence to be done, and you have to be very sure of what you want to do and how to prompt it right. Prompt engineering is crucial. You have to validate, you have to make sure that you're giving a certain context and to not get out of that, because then indeed otherwise it can get complicated. There are many challenges, but I think it has to be seen as a tool. We are the humans, we have the creative mind, we can imagine what it can do, and we have to prompt it extremely specifically. It's a bit, I think, like Aladdin's lamp, you know, like if you don't wish right, it can really be even again. Yeah, exactly. So it is really crucial to prompt it right, to understand it, to prompt it right, to validate, and to keep validating through the life cycle, because you can say it's good, we can launch, and then it will gather other input and might not go in the direction you want. So it's extremely to keep controlling it. And I think it's in a way also as it will be with a new junior colleague. You will just not say, okay, go talk to the board member. You train that person very carefully, you know what you need, and then you take responsibility also for their mistakes, because you're the one having eventually the subsidiarity of that. So, and knowing that you have responsibility for that, you have to be extremely careful before you launch something. But it can really help a lot, and I'm using it a lot in tedious tasks that can be just accelerated. Then you go, correct the draft, but you don't have to start from scratch, which is really good.
But you are also kind of media house as association. I see this role of any association in the world. You're a trustworthy source of information.
Absolutely.
And how to maintain this with the AI? Probably the associations will be even more important as a trustworthy source.
Absolutely.
Communication. What can you say about it?
We were indeed thinking, could we use an AI chatbot to answer questions about flavors? Then we should, of course, we already have a lot of the information of what we want to say in other public domain. We have the website, we have the brochure, we have infographics, videos, like everyone. So would it be possible to give this material to the chatbot and then make it answer questions about this? It's possible to do it, but indeed then it will become the trustworthy reference to your association. So it cannot be just done like that. You have to do an incredible work of engineering to make sure that it's going to use only the material you're giving, to make sure that it's going to go through certain paths. So, but I think it's really important, because otherwise someone else might do a chatbot about flavors, or someone else might do something about food in which they will talk about flavors. And there is, like in every industry, a lot of myths and misconceptions. And if someone else is going to do that, then I'd rather be there, accelerate myself, try to learn how the machine works, try to understand the challenges, try to know how to limit the space, and then be the one providing that information.
So from what we're talking about, I would understand that there is actually a challenge that you have in communicating about flavors to the general public.
Yes.
That's why you need AI.
That's why we need to communicate.
Okay, yeah.
And in all the tools I'm using, AI is one of them.
So, in your opinion, there is, of course, always, a positive change. What for you would be a ideal meetings industry in this way? Does it, implement AI, sustainability? What do you see? How does this help us getting there?
I think for sure, again, it's a tool, and it's going to happen. Like sustainability is going to happen, and AI is going to happen. So ideally our responsibility now is to make sure that we do it right. We have to put everything in place, we have to regulate it right, we have to understand it right, and we have to anticipate the challenges so we can do it in a way that it will indeed benefit most of the people. That's the problem with AI, that it might have the bias that the society already have. AI is only taking information that humans have created, and humans have created a lot of biased information. And we are learning to undo that bias only in the last 10 years.
Okay.
And AI is banking on information that was created in the past, I don't know, 100 years. So, and it's going so fast that I don't know if we're going to be able to create enough information for it not to be biased and to be even dangerous for people that are not the main group. So it's important. The ideal industry is something that understands this and starts working on it now. So when we get there, it's already a better version of it.
So you know where you want to be.
Exactly. We have to know that.
So perhaps the solution is to learn the AI how to taste flavors.
That is happening already, but it's indeed not the same. There will always be that human touch, because AI can do that, can analyze. AI is only about big data. It's not intelligent. It's just analyzing big data. And of course, there's a lot of data about trends in flavors, so it can do that. It can pair. We're just looking at this, nice plate with wine and grapes, cheese, etc. So it can do that and say this wine goes very well with that cheese. Taste this combination. But we said before, it's about the experience, the memory, that cake that brings you to the way your grandmother used to do it, and that's the impact that only a human can make. In our industry, the stars are the flavorists. These are people who might just roll themselves in a field of lavender to feel the experience and then go back to their workplace and create something. And we'll say, yeah, we have to work in a chicken masala product, but I'm not sure how it actually works. So they will call an in-house chef to cook chicken masala for the team. They will just have this really nice lunch. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So that kind of things can be done by AI, but you will always, always, always need that human emotion.
Very, very interesting. But we used to say that we learn from our mistakes. So which mistake will you never repeat from your events?
Okay, so now back to
coming
before
back
AI.
to live events.
Exactly. So I think one mistake I did for sure in my first event was to think that little things that were not urgent can just be procrastinated. Like I have to deal with these so many urgent things and important things that will then, so this, I can print the pens anytime, who cares? And then the deadline was arriving and then you don't have time for that anymore, because then there could all be problems, and then even the printer in the office stops working exactly the day in which you need to do something. So what I make sure to do is to get rid of all the little things that were actually easy at some point in time and became extremely problematic in another point of the timeline.
Very good. And what is your definition of sustainable event? What is ideal sustainable event from your point of view?
So I think we touched a bit upon this before. It's of course, it has to have sustainable elements. So we do our best to reduce the printing. For some things go digital. We give just a glass of water that everyone can just feel, and that's already making a big impact. But I think it's very important also to know why we're meeting. Was this meeting really necessary? Call it via video conference, because sometimes we have big trade shows like this, of course, makes sense. But sometimes you have just an actual meeting. You have people flying from all over the world for just exchanging something, and we should ask ourselves in that case, was this really necessary? Or should we focus on the time we meet we do meet, and then it's full in, and we have a creative session, and we have brainstorming, and we have breakout sessions, and then we get together and we create something together. We make this magic happen of being in the same room, looking at each other's eyes. Often when we have also international, we are the European Association, but we work also with the International Flavour Association, so you have the colleagues from Japan, from US, everywhere. And sometimes in online meetings you might lose some social cues, you don't have non-verbal communication, or just by having coffee at some point, having dinner the night before, you think about something, then you develop it. So that magic is really important, it should keep happening. But we have to do, in my opinion, only those events where magic happens.
Jimena, if you look at our industry and we create events and we have AI coming in, and what would be your, let's say, message perhaps to your past self or future self that you would say, you know, do this so that we'll be ready, or what would be your message to somebody who's starting in the industry?
I will just say the same thing that I keep telling my daughter when she complains she has to do the homework, etc. It's like, it's not done now. I mean, yeah, you have to do homework and you will graduate from primary school, and there's high school and there's university. You're not done. Then you have masters and you might have a PhD, and then you're not done. You're going to be into the working world, and you have to keep learning. And now I'm going to start a course in prompt engineering, because you always have to keep learning. So maybe just find something you're passionate about, because it will be outdated so quickly. You just have to keep learning every time. So there's nothing I will have studied before, because it will have been already outdated by now. Just have the mindset that you will have to keep learning all the time.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Have you heard about Conventa?
What's the right answer here?
No, everything is the right answer. I'm just asking. So, no or yes? No, not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
That's cool. So
Okay.
we have a lot of work to do, actually. And we need to invite you to Ljubljana in February 2024. And my last question is, which is always a simple one, train or car?
Train or car? Oh,
Yes.
Train, definitively.
Can you
Always.
elaborate this a little
love
bit?
it.
You
Well,
love it?
first of all,
Okay.
I really love the idea of the trains moving, and you look at the paysage, and you can even you can go to the cafeteria and even have a conversation there. You really enjoy the trip. I personally really don't enjoy cars because I get car sick very quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
But in addition to that, I think that you really have this, again, experience in which you can exchange even with other people. You can meet the love of your life. I don't know.
Very, very romantic, actually. Thanks, Jimena, for being our first guest today.
Thanks
a lot for these great insights. Stay tuned and come back 11:30. Hi everybody. We are back live from IBTM Trade Show Barcelona, and we have a great guest with us today. This is Martin Boyle from IAPCO. I remember IAPCO. That was my first educational educational event after I started to work as a PCO in Cankarjev Dom. It was in Switzerland.
Oh yes,
it was a long time ago, actually in Wolfsberg. Yes, exactly in Wolfsberg. Are you still doing something like that in IAPCO, or is Wolfsberg still there?
We changed the program a little bit. It's called our Edge seminars now, IAPCO Edge. We used to be based in Wolfsberg for that seminar every January every year. That now rotates around Europe, so not just in Wolfsberg. And the content has changed a little bit. We talk a lot about, the management and the organization of meetings, but we dive a lot deeper into, work relationships and working with colleagues and working with clients as well. So it's a bit of the hard skill sets and the soft skill sets coming together. But we also do an Edge seminar in Asia Pacific and Latin America now every year. So we probably do on average about 5 or 6 different Edge seminars across the globe now. So we've grown a little bit since the Wolfsberg. So you're what we call a Wolfie. Yeah. You're a Wolfsberg Wolfie.
I'll call you Wolfie from now on. But this is a lot of attention to education, a lot of attention to bringing up new staff. How important is this for IAPCO?
It's hugely important. I mean, our mission is really to raise the professionalism and the standards of quality, not just within our own community, but within the whole meetings industry. So most of our educational programs that we deliver, other than our annual meeting and General Assembly, is for the industry as a whole. So we have everyone from convention bureaus, convention centers, PCOs, suppliers, all attend our seminars. But we have a journey to education, we call it, and the journey starts when someone becomes a new employee of one of our members or company within the meetings industry, and we do an online educational program called WebEdge. Okay. So it's a Congress management course, and you can earn CMP points for that. So that's your first introduction to Congress management. And then we do education at trade shows like IBTM, IMEX, etc. Whereas the next level, it's a little bit deeper. And then we do things like our Edge seminars, and we do a beginner course in Edge seminar to an advanced course in Edge seminars. And then of course our annual meeting in General Assembly is for our C-suite, our owners, operators of our members.
So the educationals are open to anyone or just to the members?
Anyone. Our WebEdge platform is open to anyone. It's complimentary to our members as an added value of their membership, but it's very normal. I mean, I think it's $150 for a full Congress management course online with WebEdge. And then our Edge seminars, depending if they are where they're hosted, there's a fee to attend some of those seminars. And they're anywhere from 2.5 days to 4 days, just depending on the content.
Now, in this conversation, we already touched a little bit on the annual Congress and General Assembly,
yes.
Which next one is taking place in Ljubljana.
Can't wait.
So having Ljubljana Talks behind us, having the Ljubljana Castle behind us, we are all very excited of IAPCO coming to Ljubljana. What is your expectation? What do you expect of Ljubljana? What do you expect to happen there?
Well, so far my expectation is incredibly high because I visited Ljubljana last December after IBTM and thoroughly impressed. Just the whole team dynamic within Ljubljana, within the city, but then also from Slovenia as well, just everyone getting together and really supporting our community coming to the city. The city is amazing. It's a beautiful, stunning city. Everything is so close and so easy to get to and walk from one space to the next, which is amazing for international delegates that are coming in. I think the cultural experience we're going to have when we're in Ljubljana is going to be really deep and meaningful to people. And I think when, especially our international community, we have people that are coming from Australia, New Zealand, Asia, Latin America. When they come to a destination now, they want to experience that culture and that personality that's within a city. And you certainly get that feel and that sense when you arrive. So, all right, my expectation is high. The team is great that's working with us to deliver it. One of our members, Cankarjev Dom. But the team Ljubljana coming together and working with us is going to be fantastic. So we're really, really looking forward to it. And one of the interesting things I would say as well for this program, because those that attend our annual meeting in General Assembly are the C-suite, the owners, operators of our member companies, the education that they expect is quite high level. It's very strategic. And what's really exciting for me with the lineup of speakers that Team Ljubljana have pulled together for us is it's very academic, which is very, very interesting. Coming from outside of our industry, bringing their expertise, their opinions, their valued education and knowledge to our community so that we can learn what's going on in their world and then apply some of their learnings to us and our organizations when we go back to our offices. So it's going to be really, really interesting conversation. And then it allows our members as well then to sit around the table after each presentation and talk about what they've just heard and how then they can take some of that knowledge back from a different sector. So that to me is really, really exciting, really exciting.
Sustainability is really important for your association. What can you say about this? How will you develop this? And what is for you a definition of sustainable event?
Are you talking about environmental sustainability or organizational sustainability? And
about all aspects of sustainability.
So from an entire sustainability perspective, I always try and refer us back to the UN SDGs, right? There's 17 goals of the United Nations. And I say, you know, if we can contribute to a number of those through any of the programs that we deliver and demonstrate that we can contribute to some of those, then we're doing well as a community. And I'm sure we can, you know, sharing knowledge, imparting knowledge to helping others come together and, you know, partnership for the goals when we bring partners around the table as well. From an environmental sustainability perspective, Ljubljana to me is amazing, and the work that the mayor's office and the city has, you know, taken on board. The walking city, you know, for me that's amazing. The recycling program that the city has in place is amazing. You don't see that when you're walking the city, but you experience it, you sense it, right? And for me that's amazing. And we have a main theme of our annual meeting every year is sustainability. It's sort of our red line that runs through all of our content. And so making sure that both what we practice, but then what we're discussing on the floor, day in and day out when we're there, has a sustainability thread to it. And we have to think about that, you know. So we have a policy that we put in place for our 50th anniversary back in 2018, 2019, that we have no single-use plastics at any of our events. So things like single-use plastic bottles, we don't want to see. But it's easy for us to communicate that to our members. And we also ask organizations outside of our members to sign a zero plastics pledge. So for that year, we had, you know, up to 50 new companies sign and partner with us to make sure that they're not using any single-use plastic. So these are the little things that we can do. But if we take a step back and look at Ljubljana in general, I mean, it's going to be a remarkable success story, I think, for us from a sustainability perspective.
Will you measure the carbon footprint of the event itself?
Well, we were just speaking about that earlier, and it's something that we have traditionally relied on our venues to provide us with. We do have some work to do in that space, to be honest, and so we're currently working on our sustainability strategy, and that ties back into those UN SDG goals as well. So sustainability, environmental, certainly, but then how do we then tie that into some of the other goals that we have? But we would probably look to someone locally to maybe help us in measuring and capturing that carbon data so that we can then report back, and maybe it's the starting point for this strategy as we start to build a strategy, and it might be a nice legacy for us as we come out of Ljubljana moving forward. So certainly looking to do something like that. So yeah.
Coming back to IAPCO, I remember it was quite difficult to become a member. Actually, you have strict rules. Actually, you have assessment of members and so on. Is still like that, or you are more liberal regarding the membership?
IAPCO's USP is that every member proves and continually demonstrates that they deliver a very high quality standard service. That is where we differentiate ourselves from other national PCO associations or regional PCO associations. So will we ever deviate from that? No, because it's all about the quality seal for us. How a member becomes a member, it is a challenge, but it's not a challenge if they are a quality PCO. Because if they're delivering quality services and they can demonstrate that, and we audit their company and we audit their events, it can take a year to do that, but we know that their commitment to demonstrating that quality level will ensure that they continue to deliver that year on and year out. So when we do our annual quality checks with them, we know that they easily have that data. They're more than happy to introduce us to their clients to interview their clients and to audit their events to make sure that that quality remains high and success. And from our perspective, then when a member becomes a member, they're proud to be a member of IAPCO, right? And they wear the IAPCO pin with pride because they know they've gone through that process. They know every year when they reaccredit with us, that it provides them with a USP as well when they're competing against other PCOs that don't have that accreditation. It puts them a step ahead when they're speaking to their clients.
I think the IAPCO definitely stands for a certain level of quality and standards, and I think, you know, enforcing those standards onto your members is very important, and to upkeep your promise in a way.
Indeed.
We are talking about PCOs being an integral part of the meetings industry ecosystem. What would you say are the biggest challenges right now for PCOs?
That's a great question, yeah. I would probably say the biggest challenge is a lot of them through the pandemic started to diversify a little bit to become more communications focused and strategic focused. Many of the bigger PCOs were doing that. But some of the, I would call smaller traditional family-run PCOs that are members of IAPCO started to do a lot of that and a lot of the production elements of things as well. So them having to diversify and make sure they've got the right skill set in-house to be able to do those strategic and have those strategic conversations with their clients, I think is important. So skill set is lacking in our industry across the board. So getting the right talent into a PCO or into a bureau or into a center right now is something that we're working with universities to help to upskill and educate and inform the graduates that, you know, when you graduate from an events management course at university, you don't have to go and, you know, manage a Beyonce concert. You can come into this exciting world of, you know, events, meeting and professional events. So there's a piece there. So that's one struggle, I would say. The other struggle, I think, is that associations are looking for more and more and more in the way of giving back to their own communities when they deliver an event. And so the ability for a PCO to work with a bureau, for example, and a destination and their partners to make sure that they understand what that association's needs are, not the short term for a week in the destination, but the long term, and how then can they pull together a program that helps them accomplish that. And whatever that means is of the moreness, is it more funding? Is it more access to more knowledge in a region? Is it access to new partnerships within a region when they're there that then can foster new developments and new R&D moving forward? These are the sorts of things that PCOs are having conversations with the bureaus, their clients, and their members about now as well. So it's an interesting time for them all.
It's a very, very interesting, you know, kind of subject you're touching upon, I think, because we all see that there's, you know, a lot of changes, there's new models. As you say, the relationship between PCOs and the associations are changing. The convention bureau role, I think, is kind of becoming more recognized in many ways. But there's also another conversation, perhaps, which is about risk. You know, PCOs take a lot of risks upon themselves to create an event, to manage an event, to deliver an event with that more and more, you know, part that the association is trying to deliver. Where do you see then the convention bureaus coming in, stepping in risk sharing, you know, and what does it mean?
Look, I think it's a really interesting conversation to have, and it's happening at all levels, right? But I think that first and foremost, we have to have the right people sitting around the table very early stages, right? So you need to have the PCO, you need to have the bureau, you need to have the main center, and maybe the hoteliers association or whoever that might be, sitting at the table even before a bureau considers approaching the client to bid or even to inquire about bidding for their congress. Because then you might have some knowledge that comes from all of those partners that can say, you know, well, maybe if it's a PCO, well, we had an office in a different part of the world that has worked in that space, either at the international level or the national level, so we understand what their long-term view and vision may be, and we know the players, we know the board members, et cetera, et cetera. So that would help. But I do think having the right people around the table very early stages, then to assess, okay, what's the best avenue, the best road to the conversation with that client? Is it directly from the bureau? Is it from a center? Is it from the PCO? Who has the best opportunity to have the relationship and facilitate that introduction? And then when you get around the table, it's okay, complete transparency. What are you looking for? Who's going to take the risk? Who's going to develop the program? Where's the content coming from? How can we support each other? And once you understand that and you understand what the risk proposition is, then it's a conversation between the Bureau and the PCO maybe to sit down and say, okay, what can we do in order to make this a success for the client and for the destination and the PCO? The PCOs are commercial entities, right? You know, so of course they're a business like any other business. They have P&L. Bureaus are government, but business like any other. There's P&L you have to consider with as well. So we have to just be transparent in that and have that open dialogue. There's a lot of risk models that are out there. Some are more successful than others, I would say. Some PCOs take on full risk. Others, no, we are the expert consultants coming in and we charge a fee to come in and manage, and we will help mitigate the risk. We will put processes in place so that you don't have to worry about the risk. But those that are there that share risk or discuss risk or are open to managing the risk, then I think it's just an open, transparent conversation to have. Yeah.
Interesting. There is sometimes competition between so-called full-service event agencies and PCOs. What can you say about that? Who is better in doing the job, actually? For example, let's assume that we have a big event in front of us, like, I don't know, opening of Olympics in Paris. Who will do job better, PCO or event agency?
Yeah.
I know this is a provocation, but...
Yeah, no, I like controversial conversations. This is great. Look, PCO's expertise is in the delivery of academic, scientific conferences, exhibitions, etc., right? Where there's an exhibition and a conference that is part of the same event. Where you have like an opening ceremony of something like an Olympics or something that is outside of that space, some PCOs have that marketing communications expertise that they may have a team that can come in and support or deliver on some of those events. But others don't. So knowing their expertise and where their expertise lies, I think is essential. Some PCOs will probably bid for, if they do have that expertise in-house, some of these types of events. And it will be their marketing and comms side of the business that delivers, not the PCO side of the business. Whereas some of the PCOs will look at that RFP and think, that's a great event to be involved in. It's not really where our expertise lies. So we need to be honest and take a step back. There are some great agencies out there, amazing creative agencies and communications agencies that have a lot of experience delivering these types of events that are probably better suited to the grand events where you might find a PCO with communications arm come in and support a certain aspect of a bigger event. So I think there's opportunity for most, but understanding the area of expertise and the value you can bring to the event, I think is important for them all to be aware of and honest with initially.
What about communication services? You mentioned that before, so a lot of PCOs are buying some PR companies and so on. What is happening behind the scenes? So why is this important to PCOs, and what kind of business model is developing out of this actually?
I think one of the positive things of the pandemic, if there was anything, one of the positive things of the pandemic was that associations relied a lot on their PCOs in delivery of their events. When the event wasn't happening in person and it went online digital, the associations were relying then on the PCOs to be able to help them continue their education and their communication. So as I said, you know, there are a lot of those PCOs that were traditional project PCOs delivering the event, then transitioned into this new space. When we come out of the pandemic, now they've got that skill set in-house. We're still doing the in-person, we're doing some online communications, community building, establishing, but it's happening long-term now. It's happening long after the event comes and leaves a destination. So the associations realized, I think, maybe subconsciously at the time, that there's real value in working with organizations that can help them do that. So some PCOs and some communications companies collaborated initially. Some there was acquisitions, some there were mergers, Those that were successful in merging or acquiring one over the other were able then to continue working with those associations and help the associations grow. And as we know, some associations change their PCO every year. They like to work with a local PCO in market when they go into the market. Others work with a core PCO where they have the same partnership with the same team delivering their event, whichever destination it goes to. What we're finding, even with that scenario with a core PCO, is our members, if they're core, they're still reaching out to our members in market if they don't have an office, whether it's a communications office or a PCO office in a different part of the world, but they know that there's an IAPCO member in that city or in that country, they can tap into that knowledge and work and collaborate together. So for the association client, it's a bit of win-win. They've got the PCO, they've got the association, and they've got the local knowledge and expertise there as well.
Do you see a trend in the core PCO business model for associations, or not?
A trend in growing more? Yeah, I think it depends on the association, right? You know, a lot of associations have a strict board governance policy, where a board member can only be a board member for 2 years or 3 years or whatever that might be, that term. And if that term lapses and a new board comes in, the new board may want fresh thinking, fresh ideas. The core PCO model is based on understanding the needs of the association. And if you understand the needs of the association, not just from the event perspective, but the association management perspective, because that's what's happening. Once a core PCO starts working on the event, they build relationships with that community member. And that community member then is going to be with them through the event, but also I then want you to communicate with me on behalf of the association moving forward. So I know the communication's tied in with our event strategy, our legacy strategy, our sustainability, etc. So having the same group of people building the relationship with the community is essential for some. Primarily, I think, for the larger associations, I would say, because they have, I guess, the capability, the resource to be able to invest in that core competency from an outsourcing perspective. The smaller associations that travel the globe doing some amazing work, some amazing knowledge and expertise that travels with that association and that body in their space and their sector, sometimes they still have the perception that the direct one-to-one communication with the local PCO, and sometimes because the national association has the relationship with the local PCO. And so depending on their board governance structure, the national is the one that has the relationship delivering their national meeting. When the international comes to town, the international says, yes, absolutely, if you have the relationship with the local, go with it.
No size fits them all, right?
Everything's different.
I have one more question.
Sure.
We've seen that ICA has gone and opened itself up a lot to associations in the recent couple of years. They're trying to be more proactive, bring them on board, talk to them. Is IAPCO doing the same? Are you talking direct to associations, or you leave that to your members and then they talk to the associations?
We advocate to associations on behalf of our members. We think it's really important that the associations know the value that an IAPCO PCO can bring to their organization. So we do. It's probably a little bit more subtle than having them part of our community per se. Unlike ICA, that has that whole association stream as part of their sector, as part of their community. We do find that associations come to the likes of our EDGE seminars. We do find associations want to engage with us more and more, which is amazing. We're finding some associations actually contributing some content to some of our publications and some of that knowledge exchange. And when we do speaking engagements, when we're invited at the likes of IBTM or IMEX or whatever that might be to do a panel discussion or a lecture, more times than not, we always want to have an association on stage with us, because we feel it's really, really important that you hear the PCO's voice, the association's voice, and then maybe even the Bureau's voice, so that you're hearing it from across the space instead of just IAPCO. Do we have in our view of opening up membership to IAPCO for associations? It's probably not something that in the short term we're considering. Again, just because we come back to our value proposition. Our USP is our quality PCO members. And they're the ones that have the relationship with the associations, not us as an association ourselves.
My last question is your comment on the old slogan of MPI, when we meet, we change the world. What does it mean to you personally, this slogan? Is it still relevant, or is it?
Yeah, it's hugely right. I'm going to tell you a story.
Yeah.
I volunteer on a number of different organizations, and one of which I'm involved in, thank you to my wife, is a school in Africa, okay, in Kenya. And so I was invited to help them coordinate a school's sort of career day. So there was 8 schools that took part in this. There was about 1,000 students that were there, of all ages from about 12 to 18, 19 years old. And we had some amazing people on stage. You know, the owner of Stagecoach PLC, which is a big transportation company. We had someone from the Ministry of Education. We had some amazing keynote speakers, and I was sort of moderating it. We then opened the question to all the kids in the audience. What do you want to ask any of us? And some of the questions were amazing. And one in particular was, you know, in our sphere, in our society, in our culture, my parents only think I'll be successful if I'm a doctor, if I'm a lawyer, or if I'm an accountant. You're all successful, and Martin, you are involved in the meetings and events industry. You're successful. How can I convince my parents that I too can be successful in your industry? So for me, that was an amazing conversation, an amazing question for a young child to ask from Kenya, right? And they all felt the same thing. So leaving that gave me a sense of optimism and enthusiasm for the next generation of people coming through from all over the world to think, you know what? We have a real opportunity to help kids develop, to grow into really, truly professional individuals in our industry, regardless of where they live. And what I said to them as well was, you may be based in Kenya, but think of technology. And I showed them some examples of what we did during the pandemic. You can be in Kenya and you can be communicating with someone in Singapore, delivering an event with someone in Singapore, just as easily, and be professional as a lawyer, a doctor, or an accountant. So for them, it gave them pride to be able to go back to their parents. And I got some beautiful emails from their parents afterwards, thanking us for being there and thanking for us to give them an option, as opposed to if they're not going to be a lawyer, an accountant, doctor, they can still do something successful. So yes, we wouldn't have had that opportunity if we weren't meeting there in person and have that one-on-one, face-to-face. And we all hugged afterwards as well.
There was a spark in your eyes.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
It was
really
great.
good. Last question is
Yes.
always a fire question. Sea or mountains?
To live or work.
To live, work, organize events, whatever.
I love the sea. There's something about water for me. It's just so calming and inspirational. So the sea for me.
Top. And really the last one is, have you heard about Conventa?
Of course I have.
Of course you have. Okay.
Yes.
What do you know about it?
Well, not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough. But I'm sure the conversation is going to continue.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for being our
It's been a
guest.
pleasure.
Stay
Thank you.
tuned. We are coming back soon. Thank you. Hi everybody and welcome back to Ljubljana Talks at IBTM Trade Show Barcelona. This is the third edition of live Ljubljana Talks, and here with us is the next guest, which is legendary and famous Janos Fazakas from Visual Europe, Hungary.
Thank you, Gorazd, for the kind words. Great to see you, and thank you for the invitation. And hi everyone on the other side of the screen.
Janos, my first question is, what do you think about this statement? Failure sucks, but instructs.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Also, I want to say that not only instructs but teaches. So I think when everything is on the line, you cannot learn from that anything. So you always learn from the fuck-ups. That's how it works. The whole process, it's about, because if you look to event industry and event production, what we do, temporary locations, temporary shows, so our whole production workflow and life, it's about solving unexpected problems on site with your resources. It's like every event, it's like Apollo 30 mission, usually. So this is our business, and more mistakes you found, more mistakes you can solve, more you know about the industry, and you will become more productive on the long run. It's all about the routine and expertise and the years you spend in the project.
We're going to take an example from what happened this year in Slovenia, and we're going to apply it to you. You create the largest festival in Hungary, and let's say that the weather turns on you unexpectedly, and all of a sudden you have the entire venue flooded. What do you do?
Well, first of all, you always need to be prepared for the venue. For the weather. First, what you need to check that based on this weather, you need to cancel the event or not. If you have a risk, you cannot play the risk because you play with people's lives. And this is the most important. So first of all, have a good insurance. Still today, a lot of event companies don't have good insurance. That's a problem. That's a big problem. And it's not only in Hungary or in Slovenia. It's even problem. Even in Germany, it's not a normal thing that the event production companies have good insurances. So if you are a planner or producer, doesn't matter, good insurance for your equipment, for your show, because if there is any danger for the attendees, no-brainer, you need to cancel the event. Yes, it's terrible, you worked all year for that, but you need to cancel because it's dangerous. So safety first. From my point of view, safety first, always. If it could be solved on site, we can solve that. There is a lot of things to solve, but if you cannot solve, it's no-brainer. Cancel the event, return the price of the tickets.
Okay, so you have a big team, right?
Yeah.
And looking at your team, do you see who admits, the mistakes or even fuck-ups easier, men or women? In your experience.
It's a good question, but I'm not sure if I can answer that because it depends on the project and on the fuck-up and on the person. So I don't think that it's a gender-based thing.
Okay, so what would you say, what kind of profile of employees you are looking for? So I'm going with this is, everybody's saying there's a crisis of staff, right? How do you look for staff? How do you choose the staff? And what do you expect of them if there is a fuck-up?
Well, it's a very deep topic, but let me try to cover in a short-term way. So, in our industry, we call that rock and roll industry, was a certain type of people who doing that for long years from the beginning. They started as roadies, they grow up, they do all the shows. But the industry is changing, and after 2008 crisis, all around the globe started to grow the independent contractor business models like Fiverr, Uber, and so on. So we need to look for a lot of aspects of the labor market. So first of all, first time in the history of the industry, we started to compete not with each other for the labor, but with other industries. It's a new thing. It's a new thing. We never had it. So this is a global trend, and the global trend means you cannot change it. You just can't to adapt to it. That's very bad. We cannot solve that. So this is one part. The second one is the demographic question. Demographic, what happens in the past decade, the past 10 years, the boomers gone retired. You know, they retired. The generations who come was much smaller. Who come here? It's the same. It's the same in the automotive industry. It's the same in the finance industry. It's the same in the event industry. Everywhere else. So the people we are looking for actually doesn't even born. That's a big problem. Also, again, you cannot change that. You can change that. All of us learned at the biology class how we can change that, but it takes years and women's and great nights. But so back, just joking. So again, what is that? It's a trend. You cannot change. You need to adapt. So our industry needs a special mindset. You know, you have very flexible working hours. Sometimes you don't have to sleep. You need to travel a lot, and so on. And so it needs a special mindset, and it works only. You know, it's really I say usually that it's like a regular military without guns. You know, we're working in uniforms. We're working together on site. Really, like when you are on an event with your production team, it's like to be in a trench. That's the feeling, and this is what makes the bond in this industry very, very strong between people. So
I saw you in action, you know, on 20th of August, you know. So I saw also the fuck up there, you know. You told me about it, but I agree with you definitely. I mean, big compliments.
Yeah,
and, yeah, I can confirm this.
And this was the people we look for, but because of these circumstances, the only way what we can do. That we need to change the way how we work to have access to other part of the labor market. So what does it mean? Yes, we in the event industry need to understand that the people need to sleep sometimes. You know, you need to rest to be creative. You know, I used to say that we're paying with our nightmares for our creativity, but you know, so mental health, well-being. Extremely important. It's not a joke anymore. So you will not find people, you know, now the generation who is coming, 20 years old, and you tell them to jump into industry where you have extremely stressed, don't have time to sleep, always on rush, always risky deadlines, and so on, and they will say no, and they are absolutely right. So what I would say, how we're looking for, it's not like about the hiring of the people. It's about to find another way to do our job, which is accessible for other people too, not just these crazy animals like us. You know, because we are a species in danger and definitely will disappear soon. So.
But why then school? I know, I heard that you established your own school for technicians and so on. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, basically the problem in the event industry is that it's not institutionalized. It's also a global problem, but at the same time, it could be solved on site. So for tourism, you have universities. You learn some event management at universities, but it's not the same. So if you're looking for event production, I mean, the biggest market in Europe UK, if it's still considered Europe, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. So it's the biggest entertainment market in Europe, and they have in total 4 schools. Or UK, Germany too. You know, so it's like, it's a big problem. We need to invest in that. It's not institutionalized. So what we do, that we started a school, a small academy, where we can train the people, not only our own people, but also this could be an accredited institution, so we can give actually to the people the basic knowledge what's needed in the industry. Because the other thing, what is the problem in the industry, that everyone learned the industry on the run. You know, so it's like, no, you need to have a basic knowledge. I understand that it's, of course, a lot of things coming with the routine, but you need to have the basics. Because what happens, where shortages on the labor market, you have much less resources in-house to mentoring the youth, you know, so somehow you need to give them some minimal basic knowledge about the industry before you hire them. But also, the mentorship programs are very good, very important, but it takes a lot of time from a professional. So,
Janos, you have offices in several countries, but of course you are based in Budapest, which is close to your heart. What can you say about Budapest and the competitiveness of Budapest at this particular moment, with all the new investments, the renovated Hung Expo, brand new stadiums, a lot of new hotels coming to the city almost weekly, I would say. So how competitive is Budapest at this moment in comparison with Prague, I would say Warsaw, Vienna, and why Budapest? A lot of questions.
There's a lot of questions. So. If you look, so about Budapest, what is interesting in Budapest, that's when you come first time from a touristic perspective, the first thing what you realize, it's an unexpectedly huge city in a small country. And this makes difference. So usually when people traveling to small countries, they expect even the capitals to have smaller capitals, smaller scale. But Budapest is a huge city. It's 2.5 million people together with the suburbs, largest city in the region, beautiful architecture, beautiful Art Nouveau and Neo-Renaissance architecture. Also some medieval parts still living. And what I can say that the infrastructure in Budapest is very developed. So we have very good venues. We have great transport, even the public transport. We have a beautiful view with the Danube, with a huge river bank. We have very good suppliers, I could say, in catering, in AV production, in booth building, designers. We have a lot of, actually from Hungary, a lot of Hungarian companies working internationally because they are recognized. So what I can say that Budapest have its very interesting special vibe. Also the nightlife is awesome, the culture is awesome, very interesting because the culture is influenced by the Balkans, influenced by the Germans, so a lot of mixture, interesting influence. In Budapest, the gastronomy, it's awesome, what I really like, and yeah, basically for me, Budapest is, more I travel, more I like my city. But all cities that you mentioned have a lot of great things, like Vienna. Vienna is beautiful. Prague's medieval city center is awesome.
Well,
yes,
right?
yes. Warsaw developing extremely. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. The speed of development of Poland. It's great. I'm absolutely sure that in 10 years Poland is the 3rd largest economy of Europe, for sure. When we're talking about labor shortages, yeah, it's inside the whole developed world struggling with labor shortages. Poland, first time in their history, passed the 40 million population because they just get, on sad circumstances, but because of the war in Ukraine, they get around 4 million new employees in the country. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, and in this region, what I really can recommend, in Prague, Warsaw, or Budapest, or also Ljubljana, is the safety. Safety and the cleanness of the cities. I think these are very, very important, and of course, a good price-to-quality ratio in comparison with Western European destinations.
So working all around, you go to many events yourselves, you organize so many events, you attend them, you basically live this industry. But tell me, what is your favorite event?
It's a very difficult question. Thank you. Well, you know, I can say my favorite event. My favorite event is where I go to work, but as a holiday. Every summer I go to the Valley of Arts Festival in Hungary. It's organized in a valley with 3 small villages, and basically in every backyard is a small pop-up stage with literature, music, and so absolutely awesome festival. And I go there, and this is my holiday every year. They go there and they're working as a stage manager. So go back to the roots, to the music industry, a great organization team, like a family, beautiful atmosphere and vibe. It's absolutely awesome. It's very good for mental health. So really, for me, that festival is
For mental health.
yeah.
If sky is the limit, what kind of event you want to organize as Visual Europe? Is this Are these Olympics games, or what are you planning actually?
Well, you know, there is the big shows always. You know, like Olympics, Super Bowl, this kind of show, the biggest shows, if you want to reach them, maybe. But I like the out of the box things more. So I would say, I don't know how many years will take, maybe 20 years. But if you say sky is the limit, well, the space tourism just started. So I will want to make an event in the space.
Cool.
In the next 20 years.
Very good.
That's my goal.
Very good. And my next question is about the future plans of Visual Europe. We must be also serious about that. We need to ask you that.
Okay.
Any new country coming to your portfolio, or what is happening in regards with that?
Yeah, we're looking for options. I cannot say very detailed, but we're looking maybe to start to grow overseas also. We plan that on the longer run, but now we're seeing the opportunity that maybe we need to start earlier, this expansion. Basically in Europe now we are settled in 5 countries, so we are not planning to open a new office in Europe, but expanding our already existing offices and exploring the overseas market now. This is the goal.
This is so exciting. Thank you for the talk. There's a couple of short questions we have to answer. You have to answer.
Yes or no? Yeah.
So, no, you can be more elaborate, but
I understand. I talk too much.
The mountains or the sea?
Mountains, definitely.
Heavy metal disco.
No brainer. Metal.
Janos, thanks for being our guest. We really enjoyed talking with you. Stay tuned, and we are coming back soon. Thanks. Hi everybody, we are back live from IBTM trade show, and now it's time for Conventa Trend Bar. I will guide you through the Green Pop quiz, where we will talk about sustainable topics in a little bit different way. And of course, I want to test your knowledge, and you can follow me in the next 20 minutes in this journey through sustainable topics. My first question to all of you is, what does the term ESG mean for event organizers? We have 4 options. One is standard, recommendation for companies is second, certificate and eco-label is third, and the catchy abbreviation is fourth. So the question is, once again, what does the term ESG mean for event or organizers? So when we tested this question on LinkedIn last week, we get following results. Approximately 55% believes that this is a standard. The 25% believes that this is a certificate and eco-label, and the rest believes in that this is a recommendation for companies. In reality, ESG means it's a buzzword for which I believe that it will replace so-called buzzword of 2023, which is AI, and it means A, how a company event organizer acts towards the environment, S, how a company event organizer behaves towards people, and G, how a company is managed. It's about governance. But definitely ESG is not a standard, but just recommendation to companies and guidelines and principles about sustainable development in their companies. Then we have second question. Which aspects of the meetings industry do you find most important? We have several options: direct effects and expenditure, then indirect effects and expenditure, multiplicative effects and regenerative effects. These are 4 options. If I can comment this, it's like that. When I started in my career in 90s, it was all about direct expenditure. So those expenditures around the event organization itself. Later on, I would say, in Millennium phase, we talked a lot about indirect expenditure and multiplicative effects on destinations. But now, the time is coming when we need to talk more about so-called regenerative effects. This is actually everything what is beyond carbon footprint and what is a legacy of any event we organize. And this is also the question, the answer to the question why we organize events. So we need to have all these 4 elements in balance if we want to create a more sustainable industry in the future. The next question is, which of the following sustainable measures do you believe are most important to event organizers? Rethink, reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, recreate, regenerate. At Conventa, we use these words as a motive for doing sustainable change at our event. So for us, all of them are really, really important. Rethink concept means ensuring a stable business model, purchasing responsibly, advocating sustainability. Reduce concept, it's about sustainable mobility, reducing waste, event digitalization, and energy efficiency. Reuse concept is about exhibitor stands, famous wooden crates we are using, labeling exhibitor stands with sustainable materials, measuring carbon footprint. Recycle concept is recycling paper waste and leftover food, managing leftover food. Refuse pledge is no intolerance from farm to fork and ban on plastic. Recreate pledge is a system of constant improvements we are doing at Conventa and developing new sustainable business models around Conventa. And one of these novelties is definitely Green Meeting Star, which I will talk about later at the end. And we have also Regenerate Pledge, which is about cooperation and inclusion and about publicly accessible data about what we are doing and respecting values and opinions. My next question is, which material used for exhibitor stands generates the most carbon footprint? We are in the middle of trade show here at IBTM, and this is, in my personal opinion, quite interesting question. We have several options here: virgin aluminium, plywood, hardwood, drywall, tempered glass. So what is your opinion? Which material used for exhibitor stands generates the most carbon footprint? Let me give you the answer. The lowest carbon footprint unit is 1 kilogram of carbon footprint per kilogram of material. The best is hardwood, and the worst is virgin aluminium. The source for this is Monoterra, Slovenian NGO for environment. Then the next question is, what do you believe is the correct term for carbon neutral events? We have 4 options: net zero, carbon neutral, carbon zero, and carbon negative. Well, it sounds like carbon neutral is the correct answer. But of course, we need to also understand what do climate-related phrases mean and why this matters to all of us. For example, carbon neutral means that we remove the same amount of carbon emissions as the amount produced. Net zero is that we remove the same amount of all GHG emissions as the amount produced. Carbon zero means that using alternative energy sources from which no carbon is emitted. And carbon negative is what Microsoft is doing. This is when a company has a negative amount of carbon emissions and positively impacts the climate. As I said, this is the goal of Microsoft. So it really matters. We need to understand different terms we are using in relationship with sustainability. Then the next question is, we are in the middle of my quiz here at IBTM trade show. Which food is responsible for the most emission per 1,000 kilocalories? You have several options: rice, apple, beef, bananas, lamb, tomato, poultry, and pork. So the question is, which food is responsible for the most emissions per 1,000 kilocalories? Generally, animal-sourced food has a much higher carbon footprint than plant-based food. Beef is the most problematic, responsible for 46.44 kilograms of carbon footprint emissions per 1,000 kilocalories. An equal amount of calories from potatoes generates only 0.63 carbon footprint emissions. We cannot limit climate warming to 2 degrees Celsius without changing our eating habits, in my personal opinion. Opting for a predominantly plant-based food and diet has been shown as one of the most effective and straightforward measures we can do to adapt and to help make the food chain more sustainable. And this is exactly what we are doing actually at Conventa. So we have a model which we are using in regards with catering, which is 70-30. So we deliver and we have a catering with 70% of plant-based food and 30% of animal-sourced food. So this is the principle we are following at Conventa. The next question is, what should be the carbon footprint of an individual to minimize the consequences of climate change by 2050? This is a carbon footprint per person: 8.40 tons, 6.62 tons, 4.47 tons of carbon footprint, or 2.10 tons of carbon footprint per person. So the question, I will repeat again, is what should be the carbon footprint of an individual to minimize the consequences of climate change by 2050? So you will be surprised by the answer. If we wish to limit the consequences of climate change by 2050, we must limit our carbon footprint to less than 2 tons of carbon footprint per person. The actual situation is like that. In Slovenia, the carbon footprint is 8.40 tons. In average of European Union is 8.20. And the global footprint is 4.47 tons globally. For example, if you replace driving by car by opting for sustainable modes of mobility, you will save 1.75 tons of carbon footprint per year. Quite interesting. The next question is, we are slowly coming to the end of this discussion, is which key performance indicators will matter most to meeting destinations in the future? We have several options. First is growth of event attendees. Second one is degrowth of attendees. Then we have third option, expenditure of attendees and reduced carbon footprint emissions. So it's quite interesting. We asked this question also on LinkedIn, and the colleagues from the industry said 47% believes that expenditure of attendees is the most important indicator, and then 26% believe that growth of event attendees is on a second place. 26% also believes that reduced carbon footprint emissions are really important, and only 11% believes that degrowth of attendees is important. So obviously we are still obsessed with growth, with the concept of growth. But the situation with Mother Nature is showing us that this is not possible because our resources are limited. So basically we need to think about degrowth more than just about non-stop growth. And this is something I can elaborate in a longer version, but we do not have time for that at this particular moment. It's just a food for thought for you. So think about the model and indicators which are sustainable, and growth and expenditure of attendees, these are not sustainable indicators. And then we have question 9, which is, which standards for sustainable event organizing do you trust most? And here are several options: ISO, then BSI, GRI, SRS, and others. So basically, when we ask the same question to colleagues around the world on LinkedIn, they all answer that ISO is the most important standard, and they believe ISO and they trust ISO. And then we have another question, question 10. How many tons of plastic end up in our oceans each year? And we have again 4 options and four answers: 1.5 million tons, 8 million tons, 11 million tons, or 20 million tons. And the correct answer is a staggering 11 million tons of plastics end up in our oceans each year, which is a disaster. The source for this is United Nations Forum of Pollution, United Nations book From Pollution to Solution. I suggest that you read this book because it's really interesting. And another one is really interesting: how much food do we throw away annually in the European Union countries? Answers are 5 million, options are 5 million tons, 49 million tons, 88 million tons, or 99 million tons. So again, the answer is quite dramatic, I would say. We throw away 88 million tons of food each year. Estimates have shown that a third of all food we produce, a third is thrown away. So this is where we can start to make changes at our events. Catering and management of food and food waste is really important, and we can change these statistics, this bad statistic, which is showing us that we need to change this really quickly. Then we have dilemma about electric cars. Do electric cars generate zero emissions? True or myth? Well, electric cars are not without emissions or with zero emissions. Although they do not generate the same amount of carbon footprint, it's important that we understand the life cycle of every car. So also the production, and the biggest problem with the electric cars is with the batteries. So basically the difference is not so high as it seems like. And of course, the same question goes to, are cars more environment friendly than planes? Of course, it depends. If you are driving alone in your car, then of course the mathematics is against cars for sure. But if you share transportation and you use multimodal transport options, then of course it's a different story. The last question is, when is the Earth Overshoot Day in 2023? The option is 14th of March, 18th of April, 4th of May, 14th of May, 2nd of August, 3rd November and 20 December. So these are the options. Let me give you the results. Earth Overshoot Day marks the date when humanity's demand for ecological resources and services in a given year exceeds what Earth can regenerate in that year. In 2023, the Earth Overshoot Day came as early as 2nd of August. So in Slovenia, it is 18th of April, which is even worse. In Germany, it's 4th of May, and in Jamaica is at the end of the year. So Jamaica is quite balanced. If you want to move to a sustainable country, then Jamaica is the right option. So these are the questions we need to address when we are talking about sustainability, to understand why this matters also to our industry, to the meetings industry. We must face the climate change in a way that we change the way how we also organize our events. And from the statistics of Conventa, from the measurements we do every year at Conventa, 80% of carbon footprint at Conventa is generated by mobility, and the rest goes to accommodation, and then catering and venue and production of the event itself. So basically our biggest and toughest issue is how to change the way how we come to our events. For example, in Europe, we are talking a lot about sleepers, trains and so on, and I can confirm that traveling to events, I went last week to one event in Rome with Frecciarossa train, and I really love that kind of traveling around Europe. So that's why we created out of the Conventa, which is our lab, so-called Green Meeting Star, which is the world's most relevant ESG event rating. It will come out in December, and we are also talking about beyond carbon footprint, because we are measuring also so-called regenerative effects of events. So it is definitely first event sustainability rating in the world. It's a web application, totally digitalized, which helps you to actually analyze your project. It provides event sustainability rating, which you need for proving that you are doing sustainable change for banks, insurance companies, and so on. It's accolade, which rewards your aspirations to organize events responsible to the environment, society, and attendees. And it is certificate validated by independent external assessors. The Green Meeting Star was developed by a team of leading experts in sustainable event transformation. It is based on international frameworks and standards for sustainable reporting. And it will come out, as I said, at the beginning of December. And of course, that's all for today's Conventa Trend Bar. Stay tuned to our channel, because we will move on in the afternoon with nice guests we have for the afternoon session. And do not forget about Conventa. Conventa will be back soon, from 21st to 22nd of February 2024. Ljubljana will be the center of meetings industry in Europe. Welcome to Conventa. second.
Hello again, here we are at IBTM Ljubljana Talks, Gorazd Čad and myself, Jan Oršič. Today we have another fantastic guest, Kai Hattendorf. Welcome from UFI. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And it's an absolutely great event. And because I would imagine this is also one of the venues that is members of UFI?
Yes, both the organizer and the venue.
There you go. So tell us a little bit more about UFI for starts. What do you do? What is your vision?
Now, UFI is the global association for the exhibition industry. So we are the trade show tribe in the event sector. The businesses that organize shows like RX, the organizer of IBTM here, like the venues that host the shows like Fira Barcelona, the venue hosting, and selected suppliers of the industry. So for instance, I'm sure Freeman GS have been active here and they are members of ours. UFI also, because we are the global body, UFI is also the umbrella for many of the national and international associations servicing exhibitions and events. So here in Spain there's AFE, the Spanish Fair Association, they're an UFI member. AUMA in Germany, many of those from all around the world, and we provide the framework and network for all of these organizations to meet. So you see, we are the global apex body, as the Americans say, to bring the industry together around events, to provide research, to do education, and to do a lot of advocacy.
So we are at the trade show right now. It is in a way an exhibition. And how do you see the change, let's say, of exhibitions in the last couple of years? We know that it's been a lot of talk about, how to make events better, how to create the meetings industry in a better way, a new way. How do you see this through the perspective of using these spaces the way that we're using now or in a different way?
The amazing thing is, from one edition of a show to the next, you see changes, but you don't see something radically different. But if you come back after 3 or 4 editions, you'll see that essentially everything has changed. People are still meeting in a hall, and this is still a business events industry event, but the way it is organized, the way that the layout looks, the way the booths look, the way the technology works, all of that keeps evolving. And we don't really get the speed of change as we constantly do that, and we are in that evolutionary process ourselves. So I think the pandemic gave us a great opportunity to actually see that transformation that we have from one show floor to the next in a much more condensed way if you compare pre-pandemic shows with post-pandemic shows. And we have certainly become more digital. We've become more focused on the individual at the show. There's way more service. Food quality has improved. Wi-Fi accessibility has improved. Spaces for recreation and recovery, and the overall experience has changed a lot. So we probably don't even notice the degree to which we are evolving and changing the show floors as an industry. We just do it.
Super. With your background in communications too, UFI is a trustworthy source of information for the members, for the whole industry actually. How do you maintain that trustworthiness of your association? Actually, if you want to find something about exhibition industry, definitely first address is your website. So I know that there is a lot of work behind, but how do you see this media, I would say, role of modern associations?
Thank you for using UFI data, because it's a core function of a trade association to support an industry. And doing research, providing data that can be trusted is a core element of that. It's a service, it's not a product. It's something it's deep in our DNA. And we can produce the quality of research that we produce because, again, we work with the industry. For that UFI barometer that we do twice a year, we're asking every player in the industry to share some data. And because they know about the quality of the output, if they give quality input, they happily work with us. So it's a hard-earned reputation that we could use or lose rather easily if we were to mess it up. So we're putting a lot of effort into getting that right and making sure that the data we provide is relevant.
Super. Does it help that you have offices in different continents and you maintain this quite big, I would say, organizational backbone of the UFI? Can you explain a little bit more about that? How do you actually, what are the differences actually between continents? I would say in a short explanation. I know this could be a topic for itself, but basically how do you see the differences and how do you manage this I would say global approach?
Well, in a nutshell, UFI never doubles the work of a national association. So we're not doing here in Spain what the Spanish colleagues are doing. We're not doing in Germany what the Germans are doing, or in the US or in China what the colleagues in the respective industry associations and bodies are doing there. What we can add is the international and the regional perspective. So UFI has 5 regions or 5 regional chapters around the world: Europe, Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, North America, and Central and South America. And in each of these regions, we have an office and a regional director designated to be based in that region, because we need to be close to the members. I mean, arguably, when you're Dubai based and your members in South Africa, you're not that close still. But you get my point. You're not just some headquarter in Paris. And through these regional offices, we can be closer to our members and see what are the respective priorities and needs in a region. Because these are different. In the Middle East, there's a huge need for education right now. There's a surge of industry growth, and they need to staff that, and so they need to train people. Similar in some parts of Asia. In Europe, it's a lot about data and research. In Central South America, it's a lot about business opportunities where people want to meet and network. So we take our activities, events, research, education, advocacy, and we then adapt them to the specific biggest needs of the regions. And I think that is the beauty of the way we are structured, that we have a very clear idea who we are and what we can do, but then we can regionalize that with our regional presences to make sure that we can provide the best possible support with prioritization in the regions.
If we say that IBTM World is a global exhibition, and I mean, as you just explained, you are a global association, how would you say that creating a global event, which is different than to a regional, I don't know, local, whatever, yeah. What would you say are the key elements of creating a world event that we have to have in mind?
By making sure that everything you do, you approach through that global lens. Now, we do regional conferences and a global congress, right? So the regional conferences for Europe, for instance, are very much focused on the top topics in Europe. Europe is a more mature market than, let's say, the Middle East, Africa. So there's a lot about business opportunity and new business in the programming there. If you do a global event, you have the broadest church in a way. So you need to make sure that you bring the right mix of voices to the stage and don't just focus on speakers from one region. You have to make sure that you break the content down in a different way. You can tackle a global conversation around climate change at a global congress, and then you have a conversation about regional implementation at the regional event. So everything you do, you need to think through the global lens, because your audience is coming to have a global conversation, not to have a regional conversation. So essentially, think from the customer's perspective.
Okay, so how much of this is actually also kind of projected then on the organizers? Do you work with the organizers of such an event, creating the content, because these are industry relevance, or do you kind of just give them the outlines and then they do everything?
You mean our events or events like this one?
Like this one, for example.
Well, I mean, for here, they know perfectly well how to, I mean, we don't give the content for a machinery show to the machinery industry. They know best, because they're specialists.
No, I mean
but as this is a meetings event or meeting industry event, we partner from the Joint Meetings Industry Council, which is then again the global umbrella body of all of us, and then UFI is a member. In that body, there's always a bigger fish, right? So we're partner on that level of the whole events industry then with IBTM and with IMEX to provide support and insights from our global community to the way they frame and schedule the content around it at these stages. So I just walked over to you guys now for running a session at the very other end of the hall on a main stage at IBTM discussing the implementation of net zero carbon.
You know, another fascinating part of the topic. I just want to have one more question. So what we've seen is there is a lot of new events popping up. I mean, sure, we also see that there's new venues, new halls being built, technology being implemented. It's, let's say, a double question. So one would be, how do you see your members adapting to perhaps, or are they at all, to what the hybrid or virtual concept of events was? Is it still relevant for you guys? And on the other side, do you see the trends of creating global events? Do you see them growing, or do you see them, you know, turning more into the local focus or anything like that?
A very clear answer on the first one. There's a lot of digital potential around face-to-face, in-person events. But the digital trade show or the online fair is a business case zombie, and I hope we finally killed it off for good with the pandemic. In my 20 years in this industry, this came up when the internet came up, it came up when FaceTime came up, it came up when Second Life came up, it came up when the pandemic came up, and for sure there was a ton of money into trying to make that vision a reality, that digital event, that online-only event. All these approaches have not just failed, they have crashed. Because when it matters, people meet. So the digital only is dead. It is proven dead for as long as we live, I hope. Global, regional, local events. The Germans like to talk about Weltleitmessen, world-leading fairs, where the whole world comes to one trade show floor once a year to meet. And in a number of industries, these shows still exist. In most others, you're beginning to have regional leading shows. You have a show brand that runs a big show in Europe, predominantly for the European audience, a big show in Asia Pacific, for that audience, a big show in North America. So this regionalization has been a trend before the pandemic and has been kind of supercharged after the pandemic with the geopolitical disruptions we have and the inflationary pressures. Staying a little closer to home is an easier one to do. Whether this will turn around again, I don't know, but for sure, if you have 3 regional leading events instead of 1 global leading event, 1 + 1 + 1 is more than the one you had. So as an industry, we win anyway. As an industry, we grow by being closer to the markets, closer to the customers. And a lot of the growth we see right now, we came back to pre-pandemic, and now we're going above and beyond. A lot of that growth will come from additional opportunities, adding geo-cloning, bringing shows into more specific markets where there's critical mass for these shows. So the answer is both of the above.
Good. Geo-cloning, I like that.
Yeah, very, very interesting. One provocative question for you. I heard from the well-known influencer of our industry that if you want to create a real experience, go away from real estate venues. Those who are selling square meters. What can you say about that? This guy will be our guest tomorrow, so we will ask him the same question tomorrow. Yeah,
there's a lot of truth in that. If you run a family event, you want to pick a nice space. There can be a beach. There can be a space in a restaurant. So you go for what serves your purpose. So there are types of events for which I fully agree with such a statement. But everything that's in the business-to-business, trade-related space, where you have many-to-many conversations, the infrastructure we have built, the infrastructure we can utilize around the world with specialized venues, is the perfect place. You need to add, because we talked about the power of experience before and the need to evolve, you need to add more spaces outside of the hall. Like tonight's reception is going to be outside, right? At our last UFI Congress, we were in Vegas, and we surprised everyone by having all social functions outdoors. People were thinking they would have to stay indoors outside, but we made them go outside. So it's about how you program the experience, but at the core, this infrastructure here, with the electricity supply, with the technical complexities involved, with the service level that can be delivered in such an environment, nothing beats such an installation and such a framework.
Totally agree. Next question. You were between the first actually measuring the multiplier effects of our industry, of trade shows and so on. Well, we say in Ljubljana that congresses are bringing to Ljubljana 3.3 times more than leisure guests, but for trade shows I know that you have calculation about 6-7 times more than classical tourists. But now we are coming to a stage where we also measure the legacy, you can call it like that, or regenerative effects of trade shows. Do you have any metrics for that, or does it exist for trade shows? Can you share a little bit more about that?
I was involved in a project that the OECD ran, where they wanted to define the legacy of global events. And global events for them are Taylor Swift's World Tour, or a World Expo, or a FIFA World Cup. Those are global events for the OECD. And we finally made them understand that international trade shows are global events. So the first big win is we are now in that fold. That was a good one. So, and we discussed the legacy. We discussed the economic legacy, which is easy. You can calculate 6.6 or whatever. For congresses, you go for average delegate spend per day. For exhibitions, our model is based on square meters sold and transactional revenue generated. You then have an ecological input and legacy that you can measure with what comes out of the Net Zero Carbon Events Initiative. We can measure the carbon footprint and then reduce it. In the social space, it's the most difficult one to measure. So we keep putting ourselves through that grinder that we say, we need to measure, we need to measure. The feedback I got from the market researchers working with the OECD as one of these global policy bodies was, no, please don't. You don't have the qualitative numbers, but you have such a big catalog of qualitative cases, case studies that show the impact, the social impact. Because that impact is different, the intellectual impact, the social impact, they're different from every event to every event. And you cannot compare that. It's apples and pears and grapes and their guidance was keep doing qualitative case studies. Maybe in 5, 8, 10 years we have so many of these qualitative cases that we can see are there common denominators. So are there data points that show up in critical mass that we can make that a data point. But we believe we need to measure legacy on that dimension. We don't. We have a big, fat, good body of evidence, and that is not just good enough, that is excellent to make our point. So let's not waste money on trying to nail the pudding to the wall. We have all the cases we need, and let's use them well.
Yeah, measurement. When you say measurement, it's also very relevant of what's happening, for instance, in Europe with the new legislation coming in, the the sustainability standards, and bringing all this onto the onto the daily agenda of every company. The impacts, of course, are one thing, but there's a lot of things that I think are happening in the background. So what would you say that for you at UFI is now the big next thing? What are you developing? What are you thinking?
The big thing for the next 2 to 3 years is and will remain our answer to the climate crisis. If we don't succeed in self-regulating us, in finding the right approach, we will be regulated. If we don't manage to present ourselves as part of the solution, with the meeting places and the marketplaces that we build, if we can't make people understand that people coming together for one event generates a footprint that we can manage, but it is a way smaller footprint than decentralized meetings everywhere around the world. We need to make these points, and we need to be clear that we are part of the solution, not part of the problem. The other issue is digitization.
Okay.
We will become an ever more digital industry. And we have digitized in ways we forgot to mention. We're all doing email campaigns and outreach. We're all using CRM systems for customer management. We have digitized in so many ways. We've digitized the show floor. The advent of the smartphone, the iPhone in 2007 was probably one of the most defining moments of the show floor we now see here. People organized their whole presence with a computer in their pocket. Generative AI, what we saw exploding this year, is one of our 5 trends for next year. Next year we're going to see applications of AI with a speed and dynamic that will match the arrival of the smartphone in 2007. So the 2 big themes for the next years, boy, we got to get sustainability right. And what a wonderful opportunity we have if we apply these new digital tools, not for their own sake, and not trying to reinvent the wheel, just apply the opportunities that lie within there to make sure we can focus ever better on connecting buyers and sellers, or givers and takers, on connecting people on the meeting places and marketplaces.
You actually answered. I wanted to make a comment right there in between, but you answered that one. But there's one more question that I have on the metric of measuring the effectiveness of events like this. And we were speaking about this with Gorazd before, and that is time. And I think digitalization and using the apps and being more efficient, that changes a lot of, sometimes the waiting game. You're waiting for the meeting, you're waiting for somebody to come who is delayed for whatever reason. Do you see that that in the way forward, we're going to be using even more of tools to optimize that then?
If the last 10, 15 years are any indication, yes. Will we always slavishly follow that alerts to go to this booth and that booth right now? No, because if we're in an interesting conversation, we will prioritize serendipity, right? So, boy, my phone probably told me that I need to wrap up with you guys and run someplace else, but we're having a good conversation. So, excuse myself for being late wherever I'm going next, right? And everybody knows that and accepts that because everybody's here in the same situation. So yes, it'll always make us more efficient. It'll make exchanging business cards easier, business contacts easier, follow-ups easier. It'll add a lot. It'll take care of ever more of the context around people meeting, so we can focus ever more on what this is all about. People sitting down like we now and having a chat, having a conversation about something.
Do you believe there is a place for some crazy startups in exhibition industry, and what kind of startups should they develop out of this digitalization? Do you have any practical example of it?
We saw a lot of startups during the pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. And it's interesting, those who are still around were those who actually then resisted the temptation to try to teach us something from a tech perspective, but who actually embedded themselves into this industry to work, to become part of our ecosystem and work with us. And those are the event tech companies who are thriving now, who are really adding value to a physical event like this with digital services. In the session just now, there was someone speaking up who is a startup on micro-mobility here in Barcelona.
Interesting.
Saying, I can help you reduce your carbon footprint by providing micro-mobility solutions. Electric bikes, pick people up from hotels. So you see people coming from all kinds of the ecosystem. In the sustainability space, there are tons of startups who can help reduce the carbon footprint. The whole purpose of trade shows is to bring new ideas to market. And we as an industry are well advised to take advantage of that as well, and we run a bunch of UFI award schemes every year where we always look for innovation and best practices, and every now and then we have a really cool new startup going home with one of these awards, and then we are happy to see them thrive.
You mentioned sustainability in different, I would say, contexts today, but do you measure your own event, the carbon footprint of the UFI conference in Vegas? Did you measure it or didn't? You didn't?
We didn't measure Vegas yet. We offset.
Okay.
All the Saturday activities that we did, all the social activities, we offset. And we calculated the carbon footprint of those based on the models we have. But because we said within our journey in net zero carbon, we were focusing on supporting the industry in step one. So we we signed up to Net Zero, for instance, as a supporter. We did not sign the pledge because we have to do our own homework. And right now there's a project how we make sure that we can measure our own footprint going forward. And we would do that by applying the materials that come out of Net Zero. So we've taken exactly the route that we're advising everyone to take. Join the initiative, join Net Zero Carbon as a supporter. So plug yourself into the bloodstream of that conversation. Help us to bring the materials together, and then when the materials are out, use them and apply them in your context. So we're walking our own talk.
Top.
Yeah, we're not leading there. We can't. We don't have the scale and the skill to do that like an Informer or RX. So we wait for their guidance, and we have their guidance now out in December in a bunch of webinars, and then we can apply it ourselves.
Very good. Well, at our event, Conventa, we measure carbon footprint for a long time, and it's approximately 86% goes to travel, the rest goes to production, to your part, I would say. And the venue is not the most problematic part. The hotels are second on our list, then venue, and then production. So how can you comment this? So first of all, of course, as a business, we need to touch the biggest problem, the transportation. And basically, what is your comment on these results?
Your problem is everyone's problem. The more international an event, the higher the share of travel-related greenhouse gas emissions. In the whole climate conversation, this is known as Scope 3. It is out of our hands to influence what an airline uses as fuel. So what we can do then within Scope 1 is what we directly impact and produce, and Scope 2 is how we work with hotels, for instance, or micro-mobility services on local transport and other dimensions. On Scope 3, we have to be bold enough to say, this is nothing we can change for real. We can give incentives for people to travel to the event in a climate efficient way. So we can place events in cities that have a good train connection, for instance. This is what we can do in the event design. But ultimately, we can help the airline industry, we can help the hospitality industry by helping them to have the meeting places and the marketplaces where they solve that. So host the conferences for them to discuss that. Build the trade show floors for their innovators and startups to come with the solutions. We can't solve every industry's problem that we serve. But we have to, but what we can do is to do our event design in a way that brings those 86% maybe down to 75%.
Your previous employer, Frankfurt Messe, today announced that they get a certificate, EMAS certificate, which is part of ISO certification. So do you still have a connection with the colleagues from Frankfurt? And this is a great news for the industry to get such a demanding standard, actually. So it's really a serious job behind, I know that. So basically your members are really working hard on that topic. But the question is, what do you think about it, and how others are following this great example? It's really fresh from today.
Yeah, this is great because I mean, first of all, yes, of course, I still know many people at Messe Frankfurt, even 8 years after leaving, and there are two global tribes. There are the RX alumni and the Messe Frankfurt alumni. So we're all in touch around the world, and in touch with the colleagues who are in Frankfurt. And greetings to all of you at Messe Turm and all around the world, and Torhaus. And what this shows in a way is that most players haven't started from zero, and the Germans as an industry committed to be net zero carbon by even before 2050, and many of the German messes are really well advanced, reaching carbon neutrality as venues or energy efficiency, carbon zero, having set up good milestones and getting that certified as they should, right? So, and it needs the bigger players to take the lead and show the solutions so that can filter down. And the venues have a very special role. We had Kathleen Warden from the SEC in Glasgow on the panel just now. Her biggest lever is energy. 86% of the carbon emissions they have as a venue are energy-based. So they are becoming an energy producer of regenerative, sustainable energy. And they're not just going to go carbon neutral, they're going to go carbon negative. So they're going to take more carbon out of the atmosphere by generating energy and then feeding it into the grid. So the venues have a critical role. I'm thrilled about, I haven't read the Massive Banquet headline yet, but I'm thrilled about that being certified then, because it is exactly these examples that will help everyone on their journeys forward.
I love also the example of, let's say, the Ahoy from Rotterdam. They're doing incredible stuff as well with sustainability. This is such a big topic. I think there's so many questions that Gorazd and I would actually have just from everything that we're talking about. And this is what happens on Ljubljana Talks. But I think we gotta finish up with a couple of short fire questions. So, beer or wine? Beer or wine?
Both, depends on the day.
Train or car?
Train.
Train. Can you elaborate this a little bit?
If I can avoid taking the car, I take public transport or the train, right? I live 10 minutes away from the train station that brings me to the airport for my travels. I have the luxury to live in a destination, a city like Oslo in Norway, where there's an excellent public transport system. So every now and then we take our electric car and drive around, for the big food shopping once a week or to get the firewood for the fireplace. But if we can avoid, we use public transport.
Kai, thank you for being our guest. It was amazing. Thanks a lot, and stay tuned, colleagues. such innovation.
He has no more voice. So everybody, hello again to another session of Ljubljana Talks right here at IBTM World 2023. And with Gorazd we have another fantastic colleague here to talk to, Angeles Moreno.
Amazing.
Thank you very much for coming by.
I love your pronunciation, by the way.
Well, you know, I try, thank you. I have to go and say we've been meeting on a lot of events recently. You've been to Ljubljana a couple of times in the last couple of years. And how do you see our industry right now?
Wow. So first, do I need to introduce myself now, I think, or not? Yeah, that's good. So, I'm Angeles Moreno, so could you pronounce that? And I'm the country manager of AIM Group International in Spain. I've been in this industry for around plus 25 years. Always entrepreneur with my own event management agency for many, many years, and then as a consultant for strategy for around 7 years, and now very happy as country manager at AIM in Spain. To your question, how do I see the industry right now? Whew, that's an interesting question. It's not that easy, I would say. It's challenging. I think we need to rethink a lot of models. The business model is suffering. Expectations, I'm not sure we are meeting expectations from everybody or everybody's meeting expectations. Short decisions, short notice all the time. An industry where the demand, let's say the value chain of suppliers have the power right now, and this is not balanced. And when we talk about that, it's not balanced, and we need to be careful with that situation where we don't control prices, we don't control conditions, but we have also the event owners making decisions in a very short term. So, because organizations are making decisions at the very last minute, so interesting, I would say. So the industry right now it's challenging. So I manage my own event management agency for 17 years. With our turnover around 4 to 6 million turnover. So we were already a player in the industry, and it was not that complex. So let's see. I think we need to rethink a lot of things.
Angeles, with your experience with management, what is the formula for success? Now you're part of big, I would say, global agency. Before you were independent. So what is the difference and what is the formula for success? Is it different now or it's the same?
My formula for success, and I don't know if this resonates to everybody, I think is strategic thinking, very powerful management. The people very much, the team, it has to be very much aligned and engaged with a strong value proposition, and everybody into the same narrative, into what is that we are delivering, what is the purpose of our business, and we go in that direction and we don't lose focus. And I think we need to go into strategy, and then we need to go into operations very strong and very determined, and this is my formula. Successful so far, so let's see if it runs exactly in the same direction in the environment that we are working right now. It's a different planet, so let's see.
I mean, I feel that we know each other for a while, and I really always appreciate you being able to talk about whatever you're thinking, or you're very opinionated, and I really appreciate that. But tell us a little bit more about the AIM Group. What is your, how does it work? What is your mission?
Yeah.
Where are you taking AIM Group in this environment that we live in?
You know, AIM Group has been in this industry for over 60 years right now. But they are in a transition at this moment, which makes the company very, very attractive, I would say. They are in a transition from the more traditional way of doing things, which I would say very experienced. So over 60 years they have done, they know what they are doing, but they want to change into a more innovative way of doing things. So the combination of the two worlds, I think, is fascinating. They wanted to revamp the organization in Spain. They have been in the country for over 15 years with no much success. And they said, listen, it's the moment to reinvent and invest, or maybe it's not the position where we need to be. And we found each other, and it was the perfect moment to meet each other. So for me, it's my perfect fit, I would say. It's the first time I'm an employee in my life. So I also said that to them. It's like, you need to excuse me sometimes because I'm not used to that.
Of course. I can imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May you imagine? I mean, after, I started with my first company was in 1999, so imagine the situation. No? But I think it's the perfect moment. So they want to start thinking in a more innovative way, more sustainable way, more technology, implementing more technology, a new way of managing things. And the hub in Spain is the perfect space to test new models and understand if this is suitable for the rest of the company.
I would say design thinking, I know that you have a passion for that, will help a lot. Does it really help in this new role, actually?
I think it's a change on mindset. To be honest with you, when I discovered the design thinking world, it changed completely my way of approaching things in general terms. So I'm talking about even family, friends. It's changing the perspective. I was, as you well said, I'm very opinioned. I've been always very strong character, so I always have an opinion super fast. Design thinking helps you to think before act.
Prototyping.
And getting used to the problem and getting that feeling that I need to understand fully the problem. And also the people, your stakeholders, in solving that problem and the different perspectives. And it changed my life completely. And I always suggest to everybody, even my team right now, is like, think before you act. And this is very much design thinking. So yes, it helps. It helps not going into the solution of the problem very fast, where you lose a lot of energy. Many times you lose time, money. You lose the confidence also of the people that you are trying to solve the problem to. And then you don't have a second chance. With design thinking in a business management perspective, you get the techniques to think before you act. And there you evaluate much more the possibilities, failures, potential failures, and where is the success, where it seems to be the success. It doesn't mean that you have, the key to success, but it's better. You suffer less. And you enjoy much more in the process because you learn. And I think when you learn, you evolve. No?
I need to jump to sustainability topic now, and then we go back to other topics. I will ask you something I asked you before in Rome last week, actually. Why ladies care more about planets than men? What is the reason for that? And are we in the middle of the climate catastrophe or crisis, by your opinion?
Oof. I think we care more, I told you, because we bring life. So we have, I think, the magic, that we bring children to Earth. And I think that's the reason why we are more conscious on the long term of life, I think. It's obvious that we have a little bit more of empathy and we are more caring, and that's the reason why. If we are in the middle of a crisis, yes, we are. We are. It's huge. I'm extremely worried.
How difficult it was to live in Madrid this summer, actually. So,
it's already for 2 summers that we are suffering. And it was before maybe 2 weeks. Now it's more than 1 month and a half. And I don't know for how long, because obviously for 2 weeks you can cope with that. Actually, you can go to the beach for 2 weeks. But when the houses are heated, for 1 month and a half, it's difficult to breathe, no? So, sorry. What to do and how to do that, I don't know. I really don't know. And we are in the middle of the crisis right now. And we need to understand what is the impact that we can make in order to delay or slow down the process that it's obvious that we are in.
So, would you say that think globally, act locally is still a slogan that works?
It works amazingly. I think we need to have the perspective on a more strategic thinking, which is more global, where you understand also other regions' impact, you understand other cultures, you understand other ways of living, and then you have the power to act locally and to generate an impact in your region specifically. Of course.
So still active. And
of course, but maybe now more than ever.
Maybe now more than ever. That's also so the conversation, of course, about sustainability is something that we just cannot avoid. But there's another big elephant in the room, which is artificial intelligence. Now, how do you see that coming together? Is it a threat or is it an opportunity?
Oh, it's a super opportunity. No threat whatsoever. I think will help us enormously into being more excellent, more efficient. I think we can learn so much out of that. We will improve security, we will improve data management, then we can be more personalized in the way we give our services. It's a process of learning constantly. The only thing you need to be sure is that you offer an additional value that the machines cannot offer. So from the moment that you are only a person that it's only copy things, then be sure that you will be replaced by machines. And artificial intelligence is one of the threats for that kind of profiles. But if you just are passionate about learning and continue improving and growing, this is only an accelerator of the process.
Angeles, it looks like the PCOs are merging into full-service event agencies somehow, with a strong communication part of the business, like it is in AIM. You bought actually, or you bought a big PR company, am I right?
Yep.
In Italy. So what is happening actually behind the scenes? So is there still a difference between PCOs and event agencies, or we will just see one big, I would say, full, powerful event agency in future running around the world?
You know what? I think the PCO is quite a peculiar type of business. When I started at AIM, I didn't have any experience on managing congresses, and I think I underestimated the complexity of that. And so I would say, I've run DMC, I've run event management agency for corporations, super creative and super cool. Now I'm running the three.
Together.
I have three business lines with clear expertise in the three business lines, differentiated with different teams and different type of customers. And the complex one, the most complex one, is the PCO by far. Because of the situation of the Congress industry right now, where there are so many, and it's very difficult to get participants engaged, sponsors engaged. So that's why we invested into communication, because the strategy of communication and attending that Congress is key for success. And that's the real situation. For me, from the three of them, the most interesting one is the Congress side, the PCO.
So, because this is also related with success of the events, the PCOs and so on, would you say that you see certain trends in our industry that are driving our industry forward? Do you see that we're having are we going towards more global events? Are we going towards more regional events? Where are we going?
I think that's very difficult to respond. I see all the organizations have completely different ways of thinking. I think they want to be very much local present and very strong in local, because there are a lot of stakeholders when you do things local which have a very strong power, but they need to have a global presence somehow. But it goes, every single customer is completely different. So there is no trend we can apply in that sense. And
for example, in my country, that it's very much into the region of Spain, so it has been traditionally not a country that mixes with a lot of nationalities. We see many differences, and I wouldn't put a trend on that.
Angeles, we are slowly coming to the end of this conversation. Have you ever heard about Conventa?
I've been there many times.
Really? And what do you think about it, actually?
It's a date in my diary, by the way.
Okay.
Just coming back to Ljubljana, it's always like, I'm going.
Super, super. And we usually finish with short fire questions. Mine is actually sea or mountains. And you should decide and elaborate.
Elaborate on my needs?
Sea or mountains?
Sea or mountains? Sea.
Horses or elephants?
Horses.
Thanks for being our guest, amazing guest. Thanks, Angeles.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And thanks for watching. And please stay tuned. We are coming back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Joking.
So, hello again to another edition of Ljubljana Talks here at IBTM World 2023. And right now we have an amazing lineup of people that we are going to be talking to. So let me start with the ladies. So Kadri Karu from Estonian Convention Bureau, Karolina Alaopas from Helsinki Convention Bureau. On my next to Gorazd, of course, we have Jaroslav Marchuk from Poland Convention Bureau and Aigar Smiltans, Riga Convention Bureau. Now, thank you very much for taking your time. So, cumulatively, we're going to be talking more than we did the whole day together with all of our other guests. But let me start with one big question. We say that you represent the Baltic Tigers. Why would you say that you are the Baltic Tiger?
I think there are so many cool things happening in our destination. We see that the business events are booming. We see that the clients, the agencies are experimenting with different models. Everybody is eager to be back at face-to-face events. So I think as we have a momentum that after COVID, clients are more and more looking for new, fresh destinations, and for many, our region is still something new and to be discovered.
Okay, yes, and I have about the same comments that also Finland, well, first of all, our location, we are kind of like between or part of the Baltics, but also part of the Nordics, that makes us actually quite unique. And for many people, Finland is still, and Helsinki is a new destination. In all our delegate surveys, people are saying that, yes, we are here for the first time.
Fantastic.
Continue what Kadri said, that yeah, we are new destinations and we are late attendee of meeting in event industry of the Europe, while the rest of the Europe or rest of the Nordic countries started their meetings and events already in the 50s or after the Second World War time and even before. But we started our own swap of the centuries, and we as together with Estonia, Latvia as a new Baltics. It's kind of a crisp, fresh, who still a lot of people didn't experience, and therefore we are just taking this momentum, and a little bit also of the situation what's happening in our countries. We are late of attendees of the different technologies, and therefore with the small destinations can quickly implement or make those new kind of things happen.
And from Poland's standpoint, I would say that, Jan, you luckily said Baltic Tigers, not Eastern Europe Baltic Tigers, because we also speak a lot about, hello guys, we are not Eastern Europe. We are a bit different. We have a lot in common about the history, modernity, investments, growth. There are many things going on, and also one of the things that connects us is amber, which I have right now in here. So I think it's a great time for all our destinations that can be on the spotlight from very different reasons. Not always the best ones, but this is a very good time that we are on the spotlight and we are becoming more and more visible in the world.
So my first official question is, thanks for that, is what are you proud of this year and you would like to share with our audience actually? It could be technology or something which is really game changer at your destination and you are proud of.
Okay, so if I may start, well, I'm proud of a lot of things in Helsinki. It's a stunning destination, an excellent destination for all kind of meetings and events. And what makes me super proud is how sustainable destination we are. Since I know that we are talking a lot about sustainability, but I think we can never talk enough about that. So just about a month ago, we were ranked number 4th in this Global Destination Sustainability Index. Last time, we were number 12. So that shows the speed, how fast we are advancing with these issues. And we won't stop before we are the number 1. So there are still things to do, but that's something quite unique. And also, we are the most popular Congress destination in the Nordics. Can I keep on going or should I?
I guess taking over from the sustainability perspective, this is also one thing that we are proud of, especially this year, that how our agencies have really started like measuring the carbon footprint and actually implementing practical tools to make events more sustainable, creating more awareness, and also winning international awards with their projects. These are actually tangible case studies that other clients, the whole industry can use, and also inspiring suppliers with these practices. And the other thing would be the overall development of the destination, having like new infrastructure, having the professional suppliers who are really up on top of the industry best practices, and that's as a Team Estonia making us the tiger we are, we feel.
Yeah, you already mentioned a lot of things while we are proud. We first of all small destinations, the same as Ljubljana, the same as Slovenia, Estonia, Latvia, and okay, a little bit bigger neighborhood countries. But I think it's as small countries, we are proud of our people. Therefore, people are behind everything. If there wouldn't be appropriate people who's doing the jobs, that means it's you can be whatever destination, is not going to succeed it. So therefore, I think the main driving force is local people who is proud of their destination, to present the destination, and then also to do the job. And then sure thing is everybody is putting together their minds and can push the destination forward and create the things.
As Tiger said, Poland is a bit bigger country. But so I will have to talk about Gdańsk, Poznań, Kraków, Wrocław, Warsaw, Katowice. But as Poland as a whole, we are proud of Polish creativity and solidarity, especially in the terms of the Ukrainian war. And it also put a highlight on our destinations. We are especially proud of our Polish people and the people who are working in our industry. They are creative, they are passionate about what they do. And also ICA Congress in Krakow, which was held last year, and you were able to come there. You could experience it on site. And we are really proud of that we are really business tiger. We saw lots of investments from the US market in Poland, and I hope it will also be seen very soon in our MICE market, in the corporate events. We are really proud of this.
Poland absolutely one of the tigers in this regard, growing population, very strong economy. I mean, Finland, of course, we all look up there with design and ideas, creativity. Estonia, brilliant digitalization. I mean, we are all inspired by that. And you got some of the best connections that I know of. You know, we always compare and benchmark with all of you guys, I can say that. And I think we all know that we work in an industry that is all about people, but there is something more right now. ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. Do you use it? How do you use it? Are you afraid of it? Do you embrace it?
Okay, I will start. Yes, I'm using, and I'm not afraid. It's actually helping a lot. If you're using the right tools in the right moment, you can do more things. And especially with a limited number of the personnel, that means that you can in a shorter time do more things. You can do more things in a bigger time. So it's generally helping, but you need to learn how to use. I think all new technologies are the things which you need to learn how to use, how to adapt for your work, and then it's going to be as a tool to use instead of the thing to be afraid.
So, as for me, I am fascinated, to be honest, but also I'm aware of some disadvantages of this new technology. I'm reminding myself of when I was a decade younger, when the Instagram showed up. And I think it's the same revolution like social media, so we can use it in our work when we know how to do it. Unfortunately, with us, there are now our Lithuanian neighbors. They already used Midjourney and artificial intelligence in their marketing campaign for destination. And you also should look at the good examples and learn how to use it. ChatGPT, I use it every day at my work. Also, I'm using Midjourney. Actually, we have today, on our Polish stand, a special artwork created by AI. So we're trying to find new ways to influence and show this new trend. But also we need to remember about the deep fakes. Yeah, there are many threats in regards to this AI.
I think we are also exploring the scenery, let's say, and getting to know it, the opportunities that are lying there, using already some application, but at sometimes also being a bit of like overwhelmed, or like what are the different applications. And like we are here being destination representatives, this is also what I see, that this is again another role of a convention bureau, often being the leader or ahead of the development, that we see at least in Estonian case, that also helping our destination partners to navigate this area and see where these applications can make us more efficient, improve the quality, etc. So also being a little bit few steps ahead maybe of these developments and bringing this to our partners as well.
Yes, and I see it also more like an additional tool. So we are testing it and we are learning how to use it. And I think it has lots of advantages. It makes things more efficient. But also we have to remember to be careful, because it is like artificial intelligence. So that's not like the reality. And we have seen cases, for instance, there have been pictures about Helsinki created by this artificial intelligence, and I mean, as a local, I can say immediately, okay, that's not Helsinki. So that happens. So it has advantages, but just, yes, also we have to remember that it cannot replace people.
Sometimes it's visible from the plane, that something is wrong. Yeah. My next question is a really short one. Who is your biggest competitor of your country, your city? Is anybody here actually your competitor?
Can I start?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't think there is like a one single competitor, and especially what comes to our region, because I think that if I have to name like one competitor, I would say it's all these kind of like sunny destinations, like Barcelona, where we are now. Because of course in our neighborhoods we don't have always such a beautiful climate and weather. But I'd say that whatever event comes to the Nordics and the Baltics, that's good for all of us, because that makes people notice that, hey, there are the Baltic countries, and if they have like nice positive experiences, that will make them come again for holiday or to organize another event.
So if I may add, also not answering straight the question, so I think we all are kind of a new destination, like you always say it, New Europe. So if any of events is happening in one of our destinations, you are get strengthened as a whole. So the biggest competition is the lack of knowledge, about our destinations. So that's my answer.
As a new trend, what we have seen are the destinations where it's possible to travel by train from Europe, that some of the clients are making the choices based on is it the flight accessibility or is it the train accessibility. So completely agree with you as well, but this is a new thing that we see in Estonia, and I think all of our destinations are the ones you would need to take a flight to, maybe not Poland only.
Yeah, everything has been mentioned already. I think nowadays we are not anymore competing with our neighboring countries. Well, we, for example, if that's some regional meeting, then it's anyway all going to rotate through our neighborhood. But if we are talking about international meetings, I think nowadays with accessibility and everything, we are competing, let's say, it doesn't matter, Tallinn, Riga, Helsinki or Warsaw or any city in Poland or Ljubljana, we're competing with any other destinations throughout Europe. And also throughout the entire world. It doesn't matter. So it's generally we're competing throughout the world in nowadays.
Should I ask? Okay. We have two sides of the coin when we are talking about sustainability. One is, of course, great stories you are sharing, but on the other side we have greenwashing, which is quite omnipresent, I would say, in our industry. But European Union change this. The game changer is the new legislative, which will come in place on 1st of January. So already for big corporations with over 750 employees, they will need to report according to new ASRS standards. So how serious is this topic now at this particular moment in your countries? Because we need to adapt. Big corporates will ask us for reporting tomorrow, actually. It's around the corner.
I know, that's right. And you should be very aware of this because this is not a trend, so it will stay with us. Yeah. And many of the Polish hotel chains are already adapting, like Accor hotels or any other international chains. From my perspective, we need more education and we need to move really quick. Because as we can see in the RFPs, these questions are quite often, and we need to reply to them and give them the truth, not the greenwashing, right?
I'm gonna a little bit add about this sustainability, green thinking, and everything. It's sometimes there's a double side of the card, or a kind of a flipping, and some of the clients are asking to have a sustainable event, but at the same time they have in a program in different aspects which is totally not sustainable. And also, if you're doing an event in a kind of a big, huge city, where is everything, you need to use the transportation instead of using, let's say, maybe public transport or just walking around. Then how you also can be sustainable, even you are using electric transportation. Even electric transportation is leaving some carbon footprint or just footprint in your destination. The same as even you are organizing the so-called phygital events, physical and digital events. Even those are events using kind of leaving a footprint of carbon emissions or whatever. So which means it's going kind of we are talking about this, but we are not thinking about different aspects of the sustainable events. And another thing, with the new technologies, with the new things which is coming to our hands, and I think also a meaning of sustainability with the years will going to change. Well, maybe electric planes by 2030 or even later, trains, everything. So, for example, from Estonia via Riga to the rest of Europe. So it's also the different aspects going to change our perception of the meaning of sustainable events in the future.
Yes, and well, in Helsinki, like I said, we are quite advanced in what comes to sustainability, and I'd say that all the large event venues, they do have sustainability certificates. Most of the hotels have, lots of the DMCs, event companies, the suppliers have. So for us, I mean, this is something that we have been talking about for many years, and well, still work to do, but yes. But I'd say that sometimes there's a thin line, like what is sustainable, like I got said, and it's difficult to be like totally sustainable. So there's always like some carbon footprint that the events leave, and also we cannot forget like the other parts, other dimensions of sustainability. The people, for instance, like for instance in Helsinki we do lots of collaborations with local like universities and schools, so students learn how to work on events and so on. So sustainability has many faces.
We have felt that the sustainability has become like a hygiene factor for events, that it has been talked a lot, but like having the basic rights, that's like an obvious thing that everybody needs to do. And we have seen also the trend that suppliers have been applying for their green certificates. So a number of green key hotels, venues have like grown significantly, but now it will be, as Carolina also said, beyond the economic, environmental side of the thing, but also looking at other aspects as well. But the industry is preparing for being ready to measure and report, definitely.
Because time is running quick, there are so many questions I want to talk to you guys. I think we could have a one-on-one chat on so many things, from ambassador programs to venues and all that. So I want to just kind of give you a quick round right now. And the question is, is there a project in your destinations that you're really proud of? To give you an example, we just opened up a new special venue, gives us great new possibilities to organize events, so we're really looking forward. Hi guys.
Okay. Actually, I think I did a great project, not with a kind of which in a city, but generally for use of meeting event planners. It's a meetriga.com webpage, which nowadays we're talking all about the open data sources, and we did already this at 2016, and now kind of more and more developing this webpage, so it's more and more kind of useful for meetings, events planners, and also incentive event planners. So the people don't need to jump from the page to the page. They can find everything there, and they can do everything through the one page instead of using 10 or 15 or 20 different pages. So this is what we are succeeded in Riga.
For me, it would be creating awareness locally, that our politicians finally understand what business events and the value is about. And the other thing is ambassador program. We see that this is really working well and generating the results we want to.
Yes, well, I have to say that a lot of these similar type of things are happening in Helsinki. We are also renewing our web pages. We are having kind of ambassadors. We are getting more and more testimonials from event organizers to have this kind of like honest feedback on our destination. Then in the city, we are having actually quite many new and interesting projects. For instance, the Port of Helsinki is going to build a new beautiful terminal that can be also used as an event venue. So that gives this kind of like flexibility, that it's not a building just for one purpose, but it's this kind of like multi-purpose building that has different layers. So yes, that's maybe my choice.
Again, I'm in a very difficult situation because I'm speaking of the whole country. And I would have to mention at least 6 or 5 or even 14 convention bureaus, but I'm not going to do that today. So we, as a Poland, we are proud of, and it showed the ICA Congress in Krakow. It showed us that the people understand the strength of the Poland. So the hospitality, kindness, and all the conversation we had with people about Poland, they were very curious what's going on. So we are very proud of that we can present ourselves as we are, our hospitality. And I think in the marketing projects, if I may add something, we are using different techniques, different tools to reach out to the audience. For example, now we are finishing our campaign Poland More Than Expected, so we can now look for on your Spotify a special list, and you can, going back home, you can listen to Basia Gevond songs. So we are trying to, with the marketing tools, and trying to reach out as broad as we can.
Super. I just want to mention something. This will go kudos to Helsinki, the great carbon footprint calculator we created, which is the best in industry, just to let you know. And I know what I'm talking about. Okay, but the last question is from my side. Dream project you want to bring to your countries, what it is actually. It could be Olympics or whatever. I'm not provoking you. So your dream project you want to host in your countries.
Do you want to start?
My dream project is having a purpose-built convention center to be built in Tallinn. We are lacking that at the moment, so I will not retire before that is there.
Well, in Helsinki we need also more this kind of like large venues, exhibition centers and so on. But if I'm thinking about projects, I would like to have like a huge event that has a lot of like meaningful content on it. I mean, we are having many that kind of things, but for instance, some kind of like larger sustainability conference that's held in Helsinki, where we could also arrange lots of legacy activities to educate also like local companies on that matter.
I think my dream project and also your dream, partially your dream project is happening right now, and also your partially, it's a Rail Baltica. which is a European rail system which is going to connect Baltic countries, plus also Finland to rest of the Europe, Western Europe. So this, I think, is a dream project which is happening right now. And in all three countries, and plus afterwards will be connected also Finland and Helsinki. And another dream project is building up the new airport terminal, so which means Riga become a really Baltic hub for the airlines and just their connections.
Well, I would like to, because we are in Barcelona, so I think for Poland, the dream project is Olympics. We saw the Barcelona effect here in Barcelona, what happened after Olympics. I also I live in London, nearby the Olympic Stadium, and it was greatly transformed in the real living city after the Olympics. So Olympics in Poland, one of the cities, but we're very clever, and after the show, sustainable development of the district or the area. And again, a very infrastructural project, and this time also connected to airlines. There is a huge project. We don't know what's going to happen between Lodz and Warsaw. There is a plan to build a huge airport, which could be really a great hub for all of our countries. So I have many infrastructural projects in my mind, but at the end, I think I'm thinking about a project who could be, which could sell the solidarity movement all over the world.
Well, I can definitely hear the Baltic Tigers roaring. And thank you for this great inspiration and great information on the Ljubljana Talks today.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Jan usually prepares some fire questions to the ladies, and I have fire questions for men. And this is gender equality. You see, this is really important. It's sustainable, so very important. Yeah.
So the last, like Gorazd says, the last questions are fire questions, and they're very easy to answer. So the mountains or the sea?
Combination.
The sea.
Okay. And you? One for you.
Water.
No, for men, this is a different for sure. No, Superman or James Bond?
I know what you are talking about.
Oh, it's for ladies.
No, okay, I can explain, but I'm James Bond, 007.
Cool. And for Igars, beer or wine?
Wine.
Why?
Therefore, there's a wider selection. I'm not drinking lagers. I'm drinking only dark beer. So, in wine, there's starting from the bubbles and ending up with a rosé. And I know in Slovenia is a beautiful wine, and I've been there, done that, and it's just marvelous kind of memories.
Thanks for being our
Thank
guests.
you, guys.
Hope to see you all at Conventa, which is the gathering of the best from Helsinki to Istanbul and from Milano to Baku. So we are covering the most beautiful region of Europe for meetings and events. Oh. And you're welcome to join us there. And thanks for being our guests. And stay tuned to our channel tomorrow early in the morning. We start at 10 o'clock.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Thank you, guys.